losing his life and the teleport at the same time. And Eric Starforge with control around this dragon. This should be their third dragon on their way to the Infernal Soul. And Eric Starforge, I mean, they definitely have control of this game. They definitely are the ones who will be calling the shots for a while. And that's kind of what we were a little bit worried about in the first place. It does not look as though all of the rolling in the mud that Winthrop were able to get off early in the game has been so much better for Fear X Starforge because they are just playing the map a little bit more accurately.
More accurately, and a lot of vicious poke Winthrop have to get to through. As Philip over on the top side having to deal with Decoy all the meanwhile now engaged, looking to come out as Winsome, able to get the knockup. Charms two, dead to rights. Fear Starforge pulled the trigger, and with two birds they find, with one stone they find two birds.
I mean, really good stuff ultimately from Winsome and XU, making sure that everyone's going to take as much damage to them to make them for a bomb as possible. Bullet time goes wide, here comes the dive.
Oh no, Aaron has to burn his flash, but members of Fear are all around. Bomb comes down, clears the wave, gets some damage onto Fear Starforge. Now Blaze Olive caught in a corner, has to flash over the wall to escape. More poke damage onto Darkwings, falls to about 200 health as Fear reorganize themselves.
Yeah, Philip looking to be very aggressive instead, just jumps over the wall back onto a safer part of the map. But still, Fear Starforge, really good combination there. We get to see that it's not just Winthrop University who have wombo combos on the board. And here we have 3 minutes left until Winthrop really need to put the pedal to the metal. They have to look for some of these opportunities. And one of the things that Winthrop is really good at is manufacturing fights, but they don't do it in the normal way, Deserex. They always just go for unusual flanks, and a lot of the time it works out. However, they also have one of the best combinations at playing a standard setup going towards this upcoming Infernal Dragon, but I don't think they're going to do it.
And that's why when this does spawn, I do want to see mid control coming out from Starforge. Is now ABO underneath the tower, has to do something. I'm going to choose for the engage onto Darkwings to punt him away and get out from this dive. He's going to use some of the fruits, hops onto Aaron. Aaron's falling critically low. Will be able to survive. ABO makes his presence felt, just shows up, hammers down a few nails, walks out.
Yeah, I mean, fights his way through a couple of marksmen, and now in the mid lane, his bottom laner is going to be taking this turret as well. Mom said it's Instinct's turn to play the mid lane, and that suddenly means there's so much pressure on the bottom side of the map at the same time as Philip and Exy will share the 700 gold of the bottom lane turret, and the gold lead finally nears 2,000 here for Fear X Starforge, and they still have plenty of time to keep on farming before the dragon.
Look at this long chase coming out from Winthrop University. Looking for the bottom lane right now, both Philip and Exy are over there. Seeing them pull back. This does give Winthrop the first setup around the dragon right now. It's still 2 minutes before it comes up, so lots of time for that to change. Now Skytech follows through. Doesn't get the stun onto XU. Still, XU's going to be caught out. Ultimate comes out, but he will flash away. Angry Monkey. XU walks.
That is definitely the most XU of emotes. Uh-oh. Darkwings.
Oh, no. Darkwings, careful. Careful, you don't want to get soloed. Oh! Bullet time! Finds its mark, and Darkwings will survive.
The shoot-off comes through at the very end. Blaze Olive just goes wide, though, with a shock blast. That means that Darkwings will win out on that interaction. It's a little bit of gold and very much needed going over towards the side of Winthrop University. However, Eric, it is now 20 minutes. That means we've got to start looking at another major factor in this game, and that Aaron on the Smolder, we haven't talked about him stacking it in a long time. He's currently at 184, 187, and he's got to get all the way to 225 for that to matter. But it's not going to be in time for the soul.
Oh, very much not. A minute before that soul does come up. Not enough to farm on the map for Aaron to get those executes, which is when we see the Smolder really start to find its impact. Especially when it first came out, we used to talk about the Smolder pentakills not being real pentakills. Aaron, we're going to need one of those Smolder pentas, man.
It's going to be tough. He will be close, and that is going to matter a lot, is if he does cross that boundary, but it's also worth pointing out that the 225 stacks, it used to just be kind of game-ending, Deserex, but now it's nice. You get the little bit of extra execute every time you are able to hit something, but with 30 seconds left, Fear X Starforge already have control around the bottom side of the map. Looks as though the Scuttle Crab will disappear.
That's really rough, man. Because if Fear Starforge are the ones with the first track, they have a lot of poke. They will have control of that river, and it's so dangerous to walk up to. It's so dangerous to walk up to Philip, who just pounds down Decoy. He's off the map now. Skytech is left by his lonesome while more members of Fear walk up. Bullet Time finds damage, but it's not finding kills, and that's what you need right now for Winthrop, as Dragon Soul now being started for Fear Starforge.
And there's not a real contest to come through for Winthrop University at all. Winnie not in an area where he can actually contest. He's already moving towards the top side of the map. And you want to give Infernal Souls to characters like Jace and Ziggs. It is absolutely ridiculous, the poke that they are already able to put out. And it's just getting worse and worse. This is where Winthrop would oftentimes go and try and flip a Baron, and I have to imagine we're going to be looking at something similar very soon, where they can pull the members of Fear Starforge apart.
Philip has to take the long route. Winthrop are going to send 4 members over there to try and collapse onto him. What can Philip do? Got the Counter-Strike available to block a lot of that auto damage, but once they collapse onto him, there's a lot you need to run away from. Does not get stunned onto Darkwings. Now Aaron is up here. Will find the execute, will find the shutdown, but look at your base, man. It's going up in flames. Mid lane tower gets dropped, and ABO starts to pound away on the bot lane. Big purple word pulled for Winthrop.
It is a classic Winthrop. They're losing an inhibitor turret for it, and just wait for the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh, they're going for the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb goes out. Darkwing starts to get low, but 2 members of Fear will fall in the blink of an eye. Inhibitor exposed. It will be taken by ABO all in the meanwhile. Now Instinct stepping up, looking for a way to get the steal, but can't get out from the smite. It's going to be another kill as Instinct gets dropped. Low health bars for Winthrop. They're able to return to their base, which is now in ruin.
But still, that is a gold bonus coming through for Winthrop University. They're able to get more off of that play than they lost, and all started with Philip teleporting too aggressively to the top side of the map. And now, the gold lead not that far apart between these two teams. Aaron already crossed at 225. We saw the first executes already come through. And Fear Starforge were not ready to deal with that Baron push. We said that it was very likely to come out. We saw it happen, and Fear Starforge now dealing with the consequences.
Yeah, Darkwings should be able to take this tower. The rest of Fear Starforge setting up in the area to try and defend more of the sieges that will be coming up. Winsome has to back off. This is the clutch that Aaron was talking about. No more obvious than a Smolder who has his execute. Winthrop University, it's not just 1 tower in the mid lane. They're going to grab 2.
But the poke, ooh. Oh my gosh, Winnie.
Oh, Winsome's looking for the engage as well. He sees Winnie. It's so juicy. It's a paycheck ready to get cashed in. Now here comes the ultimate. XU sees the angle, but the roots. Oh, they strangle Winnie. Another kill picked up. 2 back to back as the retaliation from Fear Starforge is felt by Winthrop.
And the Baron buff does so little for Winthrop University. It's still technically a positive rally cry Baron buff power play, but they're losing so much of their ability to play at the map, and because the inhibitors were already open in the bottom side, now Fear X Starforge have so much freedom. Philip goes towards the top side, Instinct pushes in the mid lane. It's so hard for Winthrop to contest either of them as the rest of the map is just falling apart.
Inhibitor already down in the bot lane means supers are going to be leading in over there, which is going to draw a lot of Winthrop's attention. Fortunately for them, hey, there's no Baron. You got a little bit of time to breathe. Still wearing purple is Fear Starforge. Is stealing away the blue buff right there. You can see Philip just being an absolute menace. Winthrop really on the back foot. Even with the gold being even, the map has just belonged to Fear Starforge.
But this is where we start getting into the later stage of the game, and it feels odd to say that only 25 minutes in here, Deserex, and this is where Winthrop loves to go for the flips, and they are very practiced at it. They are very used to being in these positions, and they have to feel as though they are in control of their own destiny. They have a lot of tools to be aggressive. Both of their marksmen already on 3 items at this point. They have a ton of control, but Decoy walks into Philip.
Philip's just fine with that. He has no issues, no qualms. The dude is just so fed from all the side laning he's been doing that it makes it a struggle for Decoy to do anything to Philip's Jax. This Jax really does demand control. And right now, obeying that command is going to be Winthrop. They want to put an end to this Jax. 3 members are standing there, and there's nowhere else for Fear Starforge to take advantage of this if Winthrop do show. But I think Philip realizes what's going on right now.
Oh no, he was doing so good.
Oh, he's able to hop away. Control ward. Here comes the Counter-Strike. Ultimate going to be used. No one's going to be really there to help out Philip, so he needs to turn this around on his own. He's trying to find Winnie. Still low on the health bar. Jumps on the Winnie. Forces the Hourglass out of Winnie. Here comes backup. It doesn't arrive, but Meganar is showing up for decoy. Philip does get dropped, and the long con was played for Winthrop. They put down the trap. It sprung, Josh.
But what is going to be the counterplay? There's nothing really coming out from Fear X Starforge. It looked so good for Philip. He was so convinced, like, surely they're there. And I can just hear it in his voice right now. I was like, oh, man. He's just got to back away from that one. He's got to hold that because it is going to be a gold lead going over to Winthrop University for the first time in a long time in this game. So take a look at the goal graph in this one. Look at how much of a lead there was coming out for Fear X Starforge earlier in this, but is already going right on back once again. As now Winthrop University, they have made it. They've made it to the promised land where they have a 280 stack smolder. We have an opportunity to flip an Elder buff, and whoever wins that, very likely to just end the game immediately.
They still have to battle through a soul, but if it's around that Elder Drake, again, that setup is very, very important because this wombo combo that Winthrop have, it's devastating, man. You know, the Zyra ultimate alongside the bullet time, that's a lot of AoE damage if you do get it on the right targets, especially with Skytech there to hold him down. And Aaron, of course, now past that execute point, scaling up that execute will be a big threat and can be the big factor for cleaning up these fights for Winthrop.
I really like the way that Starforge have created pressure around the Elder Dragon because they don't actually need to do it. They have enough of the base open on the other side of the map, and now they're pushing in a Blaze all of an instinct, forcing a response to the members of Winthrop. No, they're just hitting the Elder.
They're just going straight forward right now. Winthrop want to secure for themselves, but it's going to come at the cost of their base. 3 members of Fear Starforge are looking to end the game right here, right now. XU looks to bail, but gets chopped down once again. Now here comes Winnie. He stops the teleports. Your base is fed to Fear Starforge as they take down the second Nexus tower. You blunder, they'll take advantage. Fear 2-0.
An absolutely insane end to that last game. As even Oscar is just jumping up into my lap, just trying to figure out what's going on in that entire sequence of events. I can't wait to see a replay of it once again because we saw this kind of gambit being played earlier in the game when Winthrop were able to pick up the Baron buff in exchange for the bot lane turret. However, unfortunately, it cost them too much this time. They had to give up their entire Nexus for this Elder Dragon, and the teleports being stopped. Absolutely crazy once again in this game.
And I want you to look at both the higher and lower ends of this gold lead. It was really close throughout most of this game. We were getting at the stages of the game where we really thought Winthrop's scaling would start to come online. And unfortunately, it was Fear who was splitting Winthrop apart with some of the decision-making they were doing. You know, not allowing Winthrop to come as a full unit. Hey, they committed to the Elder. We're already on your base.
Yeah, you can see that even at the very end of the game, it looks as though Winthrop is still up in goal, but unfortunately falling 2-0 in this series does mean that Fear X Starforge improves their record, and also that they walk away with $1,250.
Hey man, you're up in gold, you're down to Nexus. Fear Starforge, incredible performance coming out of them. Able to get that 2-0 in a very dominating fashion, especially game number 1. You know, game number 2, really back and forth. We do have a replay of those final closing moments, Josh.
And honestly, just wild to see this. Whenever you see a base race like this, it takes 2 to tango, right? This is absolute confidence coming through from Starforge that they are going to be fast enough in these plays. You see that instinct holding on to the satchel charge as well to make sure that you can do it on the Nexus turrets. But because the smite fight is won by Winnie, you have to be very careful on the far side. Winsome has to give his life here, and barely dodging out from the Stranglethorns does mean that nobody is able to make it back in order to help out Decoy.
It's such a risky gambit because what you'd mentioned, the satchel, Ziggs sees tower, tower is no longer there, and now all that cash, $1,250, belongs to Fear Starforge. impressive win, dominating 2-0. We're going to take a moment to take a short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the winners from Fear Starfall.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I am Joshi, and I am joined here by the victorious Fear X Starforge AD carry, Instinct, coming through. And Instinct, we got to talk about it. That series, it really felt as though you got pushed in the second game, but the first game was all you. You did way more damage than anyone else. How did the confidence in that game start to build up after you got your first triple kill?
I mean, I feel like we were just a better team in general, and they kind of just like threw the game and gave me a free triple kill, and I just ran away with it and carried the game.
Yeah, is there anything special that you oftentimes see? Because one of the things we always talk about is whenever someone is really fed on the team, the game plan starts revolving around them. Do you have a lot of experience like being more vocal when suddenly you become the main character?
I think especially in that game when I was so ahead, like everything I do is just like if they're on my screen, I should just like, it's not legal. And yeah, and they gave me Zeri too, so kind of disrespectful. So we just like destroyed them.
It looked really good, but we also have to note that you had a series yesterday going up against FlyQuest NZXT, one of the strongest teams currently in the league, and you guys were so close to taking them down. What went wrong for you guys?
I think it was just first game we stomped them, and then second game, I feel like us as a team in general, we felt like we should have won. If any of us just played a little bit better. So that game slipped away from us. And then third game, we were just, I guess some shenanigans happened with our picks, and that's how the series went.
It happens. Well, it looks very good that your confidence has not been shaken. And I gotta say, Instinct, it definitely feels as though this split so far has been some of the best League of Legends we've seen you play. And you've been a player who has been around for a while at this point. What kind of things have you been working on in particular to try and improve and potentially push yourself to the next level?
I think I was like, not to be cocky or anything, I was always this good. I was just unlucky with the teams I had, and I finally got the chance to play around good players, and I can finally show that I can win stuff and be on top in NACL.
That's awesome. Real quick, before we let you have an opportunity for shout-outs, do you have any plans for what to do now that you guys have won your money match?
I guess just take a break from everything. I guess, and also tomorrow's my birthday, so
Oh,
take the
well,
day
happy
off.
birthday.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's awesome. I mean, really excited to see what else you guys are able to do from here. Before I let you go, Your Instinct, are there any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Just shout out to Fear, Starforge, and all my teammates and all the fans that are supporting us this split.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Instinct. It has been a pleasure to watch you guys work recently. With all that said, though, we are going to let you go, and we will be coming back in just a little bit with our next series of the day.
Thank you.
Money Match Week 1 is done. That's right, Week 1. We got another one coming. With the final week of Money Matches here, it's time to talk trash before we make heads bash in our Money Match face-off. We got 5 matches on the card, including a slugfest between two titans. The first collegiate team and current Kings of Summer, undefeated in series, Dragon Steel. And the powerhouses of developmental, finishing 3rd in spring, running it back with eyes set to reclaim the crown. Team Liquid Honda Challengers. Both teams want to run this league. Both teams are hungry for glory. Let's check in to see how ready our players are.
I think Maryville can't win without MVP Niles and the addition of Zamudo. Sorry, Zamudo.
I mean, I don't know if you should be talking, Keely. I mean, you guys are just known to be chokers on stage.
The only way they win is with their ping advantage. And with the money match on the line, it's too much pressure for Zamudo to handle.
You know, I'm sorry, Keel, but they actually don't even stand a chance now that I'm playing Renekton.
Hey, but that's the old guard. How about some new blood? They've been fighting on socials all week, so let's take it to the Rift, boys. This team has scratched and clawed games off of our top teams, Blue Otter. Their opponent, a team that took an upset win off a top 3 squad, and say it's not an upset. They deserve to be higher. They are Supernova. We got word that things are looking fierce between the players. Let's check it and see how things are going.
I don't even know the players, honestly. That was mean enough.
Your team has so much money, but they have 0 skill. You have 0 social media presence, 0 branding, 0 marketing. You're just wasting your money for fun. It's ridiculous.
They have like less followers than like people that randomly post on Twitter, like 500 followers. Their posts don't even pop out on my so I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird to me.
You're washed up, you're old and unmotivated. I think it's time to move on to a new chapter in life. Kenvi as well. He was in the LCS. I'm here to prove why he belongs in the NACL.
Big words, big matches, big money, no holds barred. Don't miss the final week of NACL money matches.
Money matches. That's the theme of these last 2 weeks, and it's still continuing on, because if you just saw that little piece of content, hey, 2 of those teams we just talked about are playing. Let's go ahead and pull up the schedule to see what our next series is going to be. It's none other. Top of the league, we got Team Liquid Honda Challengers taking on Dragonsteel, otherwise known as Maryville.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting test. Both these teams have been some of the top dogs over the past several splits of the Challengers League. And Team Liquid Challengers, it looks as though some of the things that they had figured out towards the end of spring are continuing to pay dividends as they move their way into summer. Whereas Dragonsteel, they still have yet to drop a series across this split thus far. They are the team to beat.
Speaking of, let's go ahead and pull up the roster of Dragonsteel. I mean, this was a pretty terrifying start of the season for them. They just go 5-0, start styling on some of our best teams, including our defending champions. FlyQuest had fallen to them at the first game of the season. And for TLC, you know, you got to feel a little bit of vengeance on the mind, because Dragonsteel is the team that took them out last spring.
We also got to know that Dragonsteel, I was very concerned with how this team was going to be looking when they announced that Niles was going to be stepping down and Zamudo was going to be stepping in. I wasn't really concerned about whether or not Zamudo would have the hands, but mostly it was questioning how well this team's shot calling and macro movements was going to be looking when the most vocal captain that we've had in a long time was no longer on the roster. And it looks like they have not missed a beat. The strength of Yuji and Spyrex just running every mid-jungle 2v2 has been ridiculous to watch.
And always keep in mind, Niles is still part of this team. He's just a coach now, and he helps each and every one of these players find their strengths and know how to push forward. Looking at our next roster, it's going to be Team Liquid Honda Challengers. All rise for Roamer in the middle right there. Again, this is a team that's running it back.
Running it back, yeah.
Oh,
they look
God.
like dancers to me.
Throwing it back, baby. Man, I'm throwing it back right now. Good thing the camera's not on me. No. For this roster, they're returning from spring. And I asked Kim Down how he felt about their performances so far. And he said right now he feels a little bit unsatisfied. He thinks they should be winning a lot more than they should. A lot of that does come from the team fight phases. Sometimes they kind of blunder around there. But there's still a lot of potential. I do like the way this team's growing.
And it is really interesting as well, because I know that Niles had a lot of strong words to say about Jenkins' last split, as we get to see you throwing it back a little bit. But it is definitely going to be interesting, because both Jenkins and Zamudo have very distinct play styles up in the top side. Zamudo loves going for these long flanks, whereas Jenkins very willing to kind of flip games off of his ability to actually try and hands check a lot of other teams. But already jumping into the draft, very, very meta bans across both sides. There's a lot of respect between both teams as they jump into this one. And Team Liquid on the blue side, they're going to have the opportunity to pick whatever is left. With the Rumble and Tristana already taken away, Corki, the last real major pick, still standing.
It's one pick they can go for, final ban. I do want to say, jump on to one of the topics you're saying, Zamudo and Jenkins. Zamudo was telling me that Jenkins doesn't play the same way he does in-game that he plays in scrims. Feels like it's a completely different player. Didn't elaborate on that more, so curious to see what that really does mean once we hit the Rift. But Zyra is left open. Kill has been willing and ready to jump on some of these AP champions. Going to do it again.
Not a lot of surprise there. I think one of the things that I have to imagine is on stage, it definitely felt as though Jenkins did not have a ton of trust in the rest of his team in spring, although it looks as though a lot of that trust has returned as Spawn and Kim Down have stepped back up in the way that we were kind of expecting them to in the first place. But Dragonsteel, this early Lucian pick, a little bit surprising. It is playable in the mid lane. It kind of pushes out the Corki a little bit, but the Corki is still very playable here in the mid. And we also know that the Lucian can be flexed down towards the bottom side for Scary Jerry at the same time. And Team Liquid Challengers not afraid of the challenge set before them.
Arthas and Lucian, definitely a deadly pair of champions to really grab there. Lucian does get that mid-game spike while Karthus scales up. Requiem is something you have to think about as you just take damage before the team fights even really start. Corki is locked in. It's going to be followed up with Jenkins going on the Renekton for the top side. So getting our solo lanes out of the way rather early for TLC.
Yeah, and the Renekton is something that Jenkins has played a lot of. We have continued to see this be a strong blind pick, but whenever I see a Renekton blind and I see a Gragas player on the other side, I always go, I don't know if that is the pick that we really want to be going for. But instead, it is going to be a Gangplank locked in here for Zamudo. This is not a champion that we have seen in a while. It did receive some recent changes where it has more of a guaranteed slow instead of relying on the crit. But, I mean, this is a couple of lanes already where it feels as though Team Liquid Challengers has a lot of prio with the Zyra, and the Karthus does not have nearly as much prio.
You know, out of context, there's this thing called NXT, it's wrestling. There's a wrestler named Joe Hendry that's been showing up. And his whole gimmick is say his name and he will appear. I feel like we summoned Niles by accident because suddenly there's Gangplank on the map, and that was one of his biggest champions. A lot of fun to see Maraville / Dragon still lock that in once again. It's time for Zamudo, who will be taking the reins as we head into the second phase of the draft.
Yeah, we have been seeing Gangplank pop up a little bit in the LCK recently, which is a bit surprising. It has gotten a couple of wins being played by Keen, but, I mean, when it's Gen G, it's just kind of like, yeah, you kind of assume they're going to win no matter what champions they're playing. But with this Gangplank already coming out, we will see this is a lot of pressure just being put out across the map. The barrels can really upset a lot of the setups that Team Liquid Challengers have been known for going for in the past. And also, the Karthus ultimate just creates so much space for the rest of the team that Dragonsteel create a ton of pressure, kind of no matter where they are on the map.
I really like this early draft coming out from them so far, because even Corki, yeah, you have some long-range poke with the missiles, but truly, he's much more short-range once you start getting into range for those auto attacks, and that'll put you in danger of a lot of things, not just the Lucian and facing off right there, but the Defile of the Karthus, who's going to be in the middle of these fights, these barrels, these Gangplank barrels that are going to be looking to crit you down. There's a lot of worries that you're going to have to try and maneuver around if you're Roamer.
Yeah, really interesting spot to be in for Roamer because he is getting a little bit outranged by Gangplank in a lot of their interactions. However, you know, you do have the opportunity to just attack some of these barrels, shut those down with the rail also coming through. Dragonsteel seem to be playing a very flexible game plan. However, it does require a lot of finesse, whereas on the other side, Team Liquid Challengers, they have a lot of range. They have 2 Yordles, well, just 1 Yordle, I suppose. They do have 1 Yordle where they can just play a very straightforward game plan. However, it does feel as though Dragonsteel do have the ability to just wrap around and absorb any aggression coming out from Team Liquid Challengers.
The damage is terrifying, man. That's going to be looking at when we scale up into the later stages of this game. For Team Liquid Honda Challengers, you got your support. You were talking about 2 Yordles. We're going to get 2 Yordles, Josh. We'll get more of that Ziggs pressure into the bottom lane, which we were already pretty much sure this Corki was going to go mid lane, but this does settle it. Now Dragonsteel looking for their response. They already have the Rel, which is giving you some team fight engage, some potential right there. How do they wrap it up with a pretty neat little bow? Now they're hovering Jhin, which, I mean, it would be acceptable considering you already have a Lucian. Hovering over to other marksmen. I just got to hold that until they lock it in because it's going to be Zeri, final pick for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of pressure coming out from the side of Dragonsteel. They have the ability to just wrap around any engages coming through from Jenkins. It is going to be a tough... I mean, Jenkins is either going to pop off this game or really struggle. And so there's not a whole lot of in-between for the Renekton just because of the amount of kiting that is available to the Dragonsteel team. Team Liquid Challengers, the biggest thing I can say for them is they have all the tools necessary for a strong League of Legends game, but they're just very well-rounded and they don't necessarily do anything way better than Dragonsteel. And so that's going to be the thing that I'm going to be looking at, is can Team Liquid Challengers create some early game advantages that they can really pressure Dragonsteel, especially when it comes to just poking them out and running for sieges.
That's the thing. They do have the tools to pressure Dragonsteel. Whenever I see a Karthus, I'm looking for some sort of poke that's going to try and keep that Karthus at bay. And we got two very viable sources of that in both the Corki rockets as well as the Zig bombs. Well, Zig's whole kit, to be honest.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Team Liquid Honda Challengers can utilize those to take it to our first place undefeated in-series squad, Dragonsteel. Let us know who got this one. Will it be TLC? Type that in chat. Or Dragonsteel, ESTL in chat. Well, TL in both, isn't it?
Now, also, how you want, let us know who you want to be taking down all of the money in this money match. It definitely feels as though Dragonsteel has to be a favorite in that one, but as we look at the rest of the game, one of the other things I'm a little bit worried about for the side of Team Liquid, as absolutely no one in chat seems to have their back whatsoever, is that Scary Jerry and Zyko have been the most dominant bottom lane in the Challengers League that we've seen in quite a while. The fact that Scary Jerry and Zyko, they've cooled off a little bit because the meta in the bottom side is not quite as aggressive. Just finding 2v2 kills all over the place and still having Yuji on their team to potentially go for some of these early dives really sets up Dragonsteel for success coming out of the bottom side and puts more pressure on Jenkins to pop off on this Renekton.
I'm glad you brought that up, because Scary Jerry was our most improved in spring. Went from what was a very lackluster summer 23 to one of the most impressive splits in spring 24. And now he's looking to continue that as he does face off against Spawn and Kimdown. Already Spawn and Kimdown looking to get some aggro onto Zyko. And to say the least, Kimdown was another player who was in the conversation for most improved before we even really had the reward.
True.
It's kind of fun seeing a lot of the newer talent that we have in this area that's been growing over the seasons.
It definitely took Kimdown a while to remember how much he had actually grown when he was laning with Arrow. Both he and Spawn definitely not necessarily working together all that well at the beginning. But one of the major things that I am looking to see from Kimdown is whether or not he can find that regrowth of confidence that really brought him so much success when he was playing under Spawn, the coach.
Yeah, that's something we're always going to have to, like, verify. What's the word I'm looking for? Clarify. There's the word.
Yeah.
Because they have Spawn, the coach, who's currently coaching the LCS team. Was coaching the Tier 2, got promoted, and now we have Spawn, the player. Can we get Spawn, the caster? One more. Oh, technically Coach Spawn was a caster.
Spawn, the coach, yeah, he was the caster. But still, this is looking very difficult for Roamer. This is one of these things that Spyrex has been known to do. One of the things that he has said quite often is how much respect he has had for Quad and Roamer in the laning phase. And this is one of those opportunities where he is trying to push them very aggressively. Keel gets spotted coming down.
Beautiful hook out of Kimdown. Lands it on Scary Jerry. TLC going to push forward. Keel still coming out from the sidelines. Should be spotted out. Yuji's right there, throwing the Skittles right down with the Wall of Pain. Gonna stop the advancements of TLC.
Yeah. Lots of plants just popping up, getting some damage down onto Yuji as he gets a ton of money off of that first strike, but still a very, very touch-and-go position in the mid lane and in the bottom lane, where it does look as though Yuji is going to have to seed over this first Scuttle Crab.
Kimdown coming back down to his bottom lane. I talked with him as well, and he was telling me how unsatisfied he really did feel with the season. Feels like they should be winning a lot of these games, and for the most part, it does feel like we get some mid to late game slip-ups from TLC. All that being said, he still feels like they are improving from last spring, and for him, this match in particular would be a good dose of revenge. But we do have a pause, so bringing it back to our pretty mugs.
Yeah, Team Liquid Challengers definitely feels like a team that should be better than the results that we have oftentimes seen from them. The fact that they were able to figure it out during the spring playoffs and go from one of the lowest seeds in playoffs to, I believe, making third
place.
Yeah, is a really good glow up for that team. However, they are still in the conversation for a team that can just clutch up, but they have had a lot of issues, like you've said, with actually closing out some of these games. A little bit too tentative around a lot of the Baron plays. They're not necessarily pushing all of their leads. There's a lot of times where they tend to kind of get too lax when the game goes a little bit later on, and that's something that Dragonsteel has not had the same issues with.
I mean, coming into the season, I was looking at some of the weak points that I saw from last spring from TLC. Some of that was around the decision-making that Jenkins was doing, some of the team fight calls that we'd have from Roamer being split from the group. And a lot of that has been worked on quite a bit. I brought it up a few times in the past, but Mash is now the coach for the Tier 2 squad of Team Liquid. And a lot of his focus has been on working on those personal connections with each of his players and then getting past that language barrier so everyone can communicate clearly when it does come to these tournaments.
We'll see how effectively that actually works out. I know, looking at how some of these games have gone for Team Liquid Challengers, it is a team that does have hands. It's mostly about whether or not that they can play on the same page and if they actually have a plan later on. And typically, based on his performance in previous rosters, you have to really look at Keel. A ball in.
Oh, Kim Down is getting lower and lower. What a flash from Zyko. You were talking about this being one of the better lanes, Josh, and it really does show when they're able to take opportunities like this.
I mean, really good flash coming out from Zyko. Seeing as soon as Kim Down stopped, he was going to be going down. And now, Scary Jerry just going to be making sure that this Aki pushes underneath the turret. It is so difficult for Ziggs to actually try and CS underneath the turret. But now Jenkins has to be very careful as well. The barrel is there, but Zamudo has so much pressure.
Jenkins can pop that Q to get a little bit of health back. He's able to do that, but doesn't really help too much when Zamudo's right in your face, auto-attacking you down. Kim Down now coming on the roam. Over to the top lane to try and stop Zamudo. Zamudo does have flash available, running a little bit low on mana. Remove Scurvy might not be the biggest option right now. We'll take the recall instead.
But still, good stuff coming out from Zamudo, surviving some of this early laning phase with equal CS. That means he has more money than Jenkins as they do go back onto the Rift. Teleport does come through from Jenkins, but it's not going to be used here by Zamudo. Looks like he's still waiting. He has to be sitting on some gold as he does go back onto the map. But overall, Dragon Steel, small advantage across the map, and now Scary Jerry, he sees exactly where Spawn is and stopping that back. A brutal position from Spawn all of a sudden. He doesn't get the back off, and instead it is going to be Dragon Steel with total control of the bottom side of the map.
So the wave's not going to get pushed in, but priority is all that was really needed for Dragon Steel right there. They want to start stacking those Drakes. Started off rather early, as right now Team Liquid Honda Challengers are looking for a reply. They got to be careful about this one. Already stunned up. It's going to be Kim Down. Here comes the chase, calling onto Kim Down, and they will send him to the grave. Roamer looks to fight it out with Spyrax. A couple more rockets able to land. Spyrax looks to bail, and down to support will be TLC.
I mean, you gotta scratch your head a little bit on that one. Kim Down just too far forward, knowing exactly where everyone was, and just gets himself caught, and it leaves Team Liquid Challengers in a position where they just have to walk away. There is not an opportunity to hit the Dragon here for Dragon Steel, but ultimately, Team Liquid Challengers might not be too upset about it because they are left with some alone time, and Zyra does these grubs so quickly.
It's going to be a long time before Yuji gets over there, and Kill will be long gone. That point as Grub's getting taken now the focus into the mid lane. Spyrax with a simple dash gets away from both Kim Down and Roamer. And this is one of the things I've always liked from TLC. It's a lot of their early setup and a lot of their early plays. They know where to do them. A lot of the times they do go through and they do go well. A lot of that fall off is around the team fighting phase, so getting as big of a lead as they can for these earlier stages, especially against a team such as Dragon Steel, is going to be crucial.
We do say that, but we have to note that it's not necessarily them who are building up much of a lead, as it is going to be more money going over towards the side of Dragon Steel, and in fact, it is actually Scary Jerry who has the most money in the game. About 500 gold over everyone else on the Rift. But the one good thing that we are seeing is that Keel doing a good job out farming UG on the map. Several camps ahead at this point is going to become more and more dire, as Karth is a fast clearer, but there's no one that can really match with Zyra.
Kill will be ending up towards that bottom side right now, and I'm curious if we're going to see a revisit towards the Dragon. TLC have been a team to index into the Dragon quite heavily, pretty often in their games. And with Kill finishing up his clearing over there, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was going to be the plan.
Yeah, he does do it very quickly, as well, as soon as he does arrive, and very healthfully, just because of the way that the plants interact. But Dragon Steel, they have enough pressure down here on the bottom side of the map. Spawn and Kim Down are separated once again, and I'm actually really curious what the plan is here from Kim Down, because he can leave spawn, but knowing that Yuji is potentially in the area, it looks like he is going to link up with Roamer in the mid lane to at least deny some vision and create some space, so it's not free for Dragonsteel to actually start up the Dragon.
Dragonsteel clearing out vision. We're not going to start up the Dragon just yet, just using the Fog of War to keep TLC really guessing right now. Does get pulled. They should take that in no time whatsoever. Dragonsteel able to secure Dragon. Still waiting over the wall is going to be Kim Down, but what is a Nautilus going to do? Absolutely, Jack. Dragon belongs to Dragonsteel.
Yeah. I'm just watching this top side and getting very anxious on behalf of Jenkins, because he is consistently playing on very low HP, but that's good because now they're looking for a dive.
Yeah, he does have the Dominus, which is going to be a good boost. But Samuto's still alive, takes a big chunk of damage, puts down the cannon barrage, tries to find the outplay, but there is no angle. Kill gets the kill.
Really good stuff for Keel, just making sure that there is no place for Zamuto to run, breaking up vision at the same time. No Requiem going to be coming through. Too much HP on both Keel and Jenkins. You have to remember that the first Requiem does no damage. So there's not much of an opportunity to take down either of them as they go for the dive. It denies a lot of minions. Finally, bit of a power point on the map for Team Liquid Challengers.
And you can see how they're trying to play with that right now. Hill immediately heads over towards the Raptor camp and tries to place a couple of plants over there to get at least some information as to where Yuji's going to be. More pressure coming out of Dragonsteel over towards the mid lane. You can see most of their presence, especially on vision control, is towards that bottom side. So it allows Scary Jerry and Psycho to continue with a lot of this aggression that they've been pressuring onto both Spawn and Kim Down.
One of the things that we do have to remember is I think it was Kim Down who was the person who was just like 4 levels behind everyone in one game, because he was just like trying to find where he needed to be on the map, and Kim Down still only level 5. There is going to be an opportunity here for the rest of the members of Dragonsteel to try and make a play, but instead going to be backing away. Psycho rethinking it though.
At his eyes over there. Should I do it or not? Just recalls.
Yes. That's okay.
I mean, part of what has been worked on for Zyko, I talked with Niles about this, has been base timers and when to roam. He feels very comfortable leaving Scary Jerry on these certain windows to pretty much fend for himself and be on that island. And, you know, Scary Jerry does take that pressure pretty well when he's in a 1v1, 1v2 situation. So Zyko has been one of the better ones at finding these big engages for Dragonsteel when he does roam out.
Now Dragonsteel going to be using that back timer to actually go for these grubs on the top side. Jenkins fairly low. It's the first grub.
Here comes with a blast plant. Keel not realizing there's a Zyko right in his face. Yuji flashing backwards. There's Jenkins who's running right after him, but already Kill has been called down. Yuji walks up. There's another one picked up by Spyrax and Dragonsteel. 2 kills.
I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about. Zamuto, totally fine, but Kim Down still only level 5. We can't be doing that in these kind of games. It does just leave that fight completely uncontested. The hook goes wide and Yuji unpunished for trying to actually go for these grubs. Keel gets caught out as well by Zyko, and normally you look at, but what happens in the bottom lane? Spawn is getting all these plates. He got 1.
Oh no. Jenkins is going to get caught out. Can he get away from Zamuto? Slice and Dice comes in, but the barrel's able to get the slow. Cannon barrage goes down, forcing the flash out of Jenkins. He'll be able to survive, but here comes the Requiem! They will sing his demise as Dragonsteel grabs another.
And Dragonsteel, they're just coming out ahead all across the map. Keel and Kim Down trying to stop Zamuto from leaving for free.
Went for the hook, tries to find a sidestep, but that hitbox is too big, man. Kim Down will find it. And Keel is able to be the beneficiary.
I feel bad for Zamuto on that one. I didn't think that that was going to hit, but hey, the lollipop is too strong, and Kim Down...
I'm used to those Nautilus hooks now. I've seen people hooking, like, behind the tower, man. It has a very interesting hitbox.
It's a feature, not a bug at this point. You know, it's just been that way for so long. Kim Down still level 5.
And he's still level 5.
And he's still level 5.
We're almost 13 minutes into this. He's now setting up
Zyko's
in the mid
level
lane.
7.
Well, Zyko's level 7! My word. So Kim Down, he's not going to survive. He doesn't have a depth charge. He had a flash, but there was no point in it. So it's another kill. Kim Down really needs to catch up in EXP.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does feel as though Dragonsteel doing a really good job preying on this Nautilus that Team Liquid Challengers have picked for themselves.
4 deaths.
Yeah, 4 deaths, and unfortunately, this isn't the first time that we've seen this problem come through for Team Liquid Challengers, and Dragonsteel really pushing it all the way. They are starting to deny more and more vision, and as long as Scary Jerry has the tools to continue pushing these waves underneath the turret, it's going to cut into Spawn's ability to actually farm. We've touched on it over and over again. It is so difficult for Ziggs to get a lot of these last hits. You have to burn through your mana so quickly in order to play for it. And Dragonsteel also in control of the river as the dragon is getting ready to spawn.
And keep in mind, Cesare, first item bought by Scary Jerry, is a static Shiv. That means you do get even harder push going into a Ziggs, who's normally supposed to win out on a lot of that hard shove. Now at this point, Dragonsteel, they have the map the way they want it, so they'll start up the second dragon of the game and claim it for themselves.
Yeah, Dragonsteel, I mean, they have a potential freeze here if they want up a Scary Jerry. It's just like, no, what if Spawn was still underneath the turret the entire time? Dragonsteel still has Zyko to play with on the top half of the map. But the Grubs, they were evenly split between the two teams, but Dragonsteel, they're scaling, and that's my major worry here for Team Liquid Challengers, who's already a team that we were saying has had trouble closing out games. Dragonsteel, they have a better scaling team. The only thing that they might have some issues with is actually going for some of these deep flanks, but if Zyko's just able to run up at people like that, it doesn't really matter, because you're going to be able to find enough stuns.
Yeah. You don't need a flank when you can just walk straight through the front door, break it down. Here's Zyko. Stuns follow immediately after. This man is an absolute menace in these team fights, knows how to navigate them well. Now Jenkins focusing over on this top side. It is going to be a tower going down in favor of TLC. Jenkins will net in that gold. All the meanwhile, TLC, thanks to Keel, will grab the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Keel's done a decent job at securing some of these neutrals. However, they have not had the ability to play around the dragons that we know Team Liquid loves to go for. And I'm starting to look at where the opportunities to come back in this game are going to be coming from, because one of the problems that you always have with these double marksman mid lanes is there's not a lot of playmaking potential on either of these characters, right? You don't have the same kind of control, you don't have the same kind of fallback patterns. It's very much which one of these characters is going to be doing more damage, and for a little while, it is going to be Spyrex. And Roamer, you know, he will do damage later on between the Corki and the Ziggs. There will be pressure later, but you're already 2 dragons and 2,000 gold behind.
Dragonsteel don't really have a true frontline. Zyko is the closest you get to it, and sure, it's an engage tank. Still support, which means there's less economy really for this, those defensive stats. All that being said, it doesn't matter that much when you just get an insurmountable gold lead, and that's what Dragonsteel have been playing towards. Just winning out in every single lane, finding a lot of advantages elsewhere on the map. The only place where we're starting to see success go Team Liquid's way is in that top lane. Jenkins did get a hard shove. He'd grab that tower.
Small victories here coming out. We've had so many Infernal Dragons so far. Is this the 3rd game that we've had an Infernal Soul
It's
today?
summer. Bring up the heat, man.
Yeah, I remember one of the last times I casted, there were a total of 5 Infernals, or 4 Infernal Souls over 5 games, and so far we are 3 for 3 trying to match that. As Team Liquid Challengers, I don't really see an easy way for them back in. We do finally have Kim down level 6, so they finally have that control, and you can pair that very well with the Mega Inferno Bomb, but they're not necessarily taking control of any parts of the map, and even Yuji is caught back up in farm.
I think for the most part at this moment, if there are any fights breaking out, what TLC are hoping are it's on their terms. They get the poke that they need, they get the startup they want, and moments like this where Zyko's just going right over the wall, hey, that's on TLC's terms, that's a kill going over to Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
Yeah, definitely a very greedy play coming through from Zyko. Thinking he's like, hey, what if I just walked out? Instead, he could have just waited for his W to hop back over the wall. And ultimately, it does end up being a kill going over to Keel, a 3rd one. And then the Shackle Charge will pick up the mid lane as well. So, decent amount of money getting picked up. The Spawn is able to find that one. However, the major play will need to happen around this upcoming dragon. There is a lot of pressure coming out from Dragonsteel because they did get the first 2. An Infernal Soul would be a huge amount to add to their game plan, but more and more gold getting picked up here by Team Liquid Challengers, and they are also in a position where some of their item spikes are coming online.
It still feels like they're dancing to Dragonsteel's tune. This team is very well kept together. I mean, for the most part, right, talking about each and one of these members as a whole, it's hard to, because the big word that comes up when we talk about Marival, when we talk about Dragonsteel, is camaraderie. They've always been a group that works really well together, both in and outside of the game. It's something that Niles very much stressed, how chill they are with each other. They're not toxic towards each other. And they're all great players right out of the gate. So it's a good environment for progress. It's a good environment for growth. Right now, they've been showing that off all season. 5-0, undefeated in the series thus far, now setting up for that Dragon Soul point.
We're getting a teleport coming out as well. Multiple teleports committed. Jenkins uncontested currently in the top side of the map, but he doesn't really have great teleport wards. He can teleport down to the bottom lane if he needs to, but not necessarily going to have any of these great flank wards. As the one that is put down, that is actually a really good ward, but it's going to be just a teleport to join the rest of his team. Dragonsteel in control of the river.
Control the river and the track towards Dragon right now. This is where we're looking to see Team Liquid Honda Challengers kind of utilize this poke a bit more. Get the rockets in, get the bouncing bombs in. Some of that's already landing. You can see Yuji as well as Zamudo have taken quite a bit of poke. You have Spyrax coming over on the flank right now, looking to pinch her in onto TLC.
Yeah, Zyra, the absolute queen of just fighting for space slowly. They do have more control here for Team Liquid. Spyrax potentially looking for a bit of a flank, but I love this from Team Liquid Challengers. Their setups have been so good, and they see Zyko as well. And he's going to get cut out.
Yeah, Zyko's in the wrong place to be. We'll get the stun onto Jenkins. He's trying to get over to the blast plant in time to get away from Jenkins, but it's going to be a long walk out. Teleport used over on the top side. Dragonsteel want to meet this dragon by grabbing some objectives of their own. Zyko's still alive. Here comes Roamer, tries to get the rockets in. But Zyko's really buying a lot of time for Dragonsteel. Finally, he will fall. It's Roamer who gets the kill, but Spyrax was left alone, and that top side grabs the tower.
Yeah, he teleports out as soon as they lose control of the river, making sure that they get something in exchange for that dragon. Now, the one dragon going over to Team Liquid is nice, right? You get that buff to the amount of AD and AP you have across your team.
And you stop the stack.
And you stop the stacking. However, Dragonsteel, they didn't need to fight for that one because they know that they're going to get stronger and stronger throughout the course of the game. The Karthus and the Gangplank will do a ton more damage. And Zamudo, you know, on this Gangplank, we got to see that the barrels landed and it was like, okay, you know, that happened. But he doesn't have the kind of absolutely ridiculous damage on this Gangplank yet, where he's just able to blow up squishy members and do significant damage to the less squishy ones as well. That is still going to be coming later on, and so Dragonsteel, they don't need to necessarily flip for things right now, but that is still putting the question to Team Liquid Challengers, who don't have a great comp to push the tempo.
That's a very scary fact right there. It's something you're going to have to deal with later on in this game, and it kind of makes this game a ticking time bomb that TLC have to find their way into. Scary Jerry still continues the focus over in the mid lane. The response right now for TLC, bot lane. Send Jenkins over there. He's going to start the split push over in the side lanes. TLC, the rest of them start posturing up around the Baron. And TLC is not a team that is shy to pull the Baron at any given opportunity. If they see you on the wrong side of the map, they're going for it.
And here we see Jenkins just jumps in.
Jenkins looking to take down Zamudo. Zamudo returning fire, though, will put down the cannon barrage. Dominus going to be used, and Zamudo just does not have enough health. Sliced and diced by Jenkins.
Bit surprised there. I did not think Zamudo had the damage to turn, and when he tried to, I was like, okay. Well, that was yet another opportunity where Jenkins just was right. Zamudo didn't believe that Jenkins had the damage, and Jenkins was like, yeah, I really do. And that is going to be giving a lot of tempo all of a sudden over to Team Liquid Challengers. We were worried how they would generate it. Well, turns out, if your side lanes are just better, it works out quite a bit. And now, Jenkins off in the side lane, starting to cut in further to the small lead that Dragonsteel has had across the board.
I mean, just look at how much further up the map TLC were able to play. The moment they get that kill over in the bottom lane allows Jenkins to shove in that wave over in the bot lane. They get a lot of forward vision on top of that, which is going to prove very useful in the next 2 minutes when we do get another dragon Now Dragonsteel looking for the response to the tempo that TLC just gained.
I'm not really sure how they interrupted. One of the big things that we do have to know is, as we take a look at resources and how they've been shared, Spyrex and Roamer continuing to compete for who has the most gold in the game, but they're also competing for who has the most experience in the game as well, because Roamer and Jenkins doing a little bit more, getting more resources from the sides of the map by going for all these side lanes. And now that Jenkins has kind of put the fear of the Karak into Zamudo off on the other side of the map, he's uncontested.
Here comes Zyko, jumps in, looks for the engage with the Magnet Storm. Spyrex over the wall with the call-in. Requiem will be sung. Kim down critically low, but Zyko's even worse. As now Zamudo hops forward onto Roamer. Scary Cherry follows through, looks to capitalize, able to grab the kill, flashes out right away, teleport being channeled. Scary Cherry needs to get out from the Baron. Yuji left by himself. He's now cornered, flashes over that wall. Jenkins sees an angle. Jenkins wants Jerry. He will tear him apart. Zamudo walks away, and TLC get a lead.
But how do TLC actually push this advantage? They have a couple more members, but Keel without the ultimate, without Roamer still alive, there's not an opportunity to press the issue by hitting Baron Nashor. And in fact, with a minute left until the Dragon actually spawns, Dragonsteel still are going to be in a fantastic position for the next fight, and Jenkins now with no flash does not present the same kind of threat to Scary Jerry.
That's got to hurt right there. Dragonsteel are already surrounding the Baron area, surrounding the top side all at the same time, while Zamudo looks to clear that wave, send Jenkins back. But again, that's been the high point for TLC. It's been this side lane. It's been Jenkins. He can fight with Zamudo. Zamudo's not having the best game on this gangplank right now, so that is a point to play from, which can give TLC opportunities back into this.
Yeah, also that stop of the back does mean that Zyko is going to be very late actually playing for this upcoming Dragon. There's the hook.
Kendown's able to find it. Mega Inferno Bomb goes out, and Yuji is dead. Nice pick coming out from TLC. All while, look at the timer, 5 seconds before Dragon comes up.
Massive timer to come through, and now Jenkins caught.
Jenkins in the wrong spot to be. Scary Jerry looking for some vengeance. It's Spyrax who grabs the kill, goes on a killing spree. All in the meanwhile, TLC set up for the Dragon, but the mid lane tower will be forfeit.
But it's also coming at the cost of the bottom lane structure as well. Roamer uncontested will get himself more money there.
Oh.
The ultimate will be committed, but he's still just wailing away on the structure. He's able to take down the bottom lane inner turret anyway, and so ultimately, Team Liquid Challengers have to be feeling okay about all this play. They get more money into Roamer. They get another Dragon. And yes, you lose 2 in the mid lane, but it's not that difficult for Team Liquid Challengers to shove that one out. You do have the Ziggs, you do have the Corki, you have lots of wave control no matter what. And now, Dragonsteel, they do have to be a little bit worried that the mounting Dragon pressure coming out from Team Liquid Challengers could potentially put a wrench in their plans.
I do think one of the big positive notes from that push was Scary Jerry was there, which means he did collect some of the gold from those turrets as well. So while Roamer's getting his gold, Scary Jerry is also getting his. It's going to make it a fight between those marksmen. Dragonsteel in the mid lane, looking to clear out the wave and hold control of the mid wave. Will allow them to kind of dance both between this top side and mid side pretty well where the Baron is. See that Zamudo able to get another recall, will get his Lord Doms at the same time. So still getting significant purchase here. It's going to help him get through some of that armor that Jenkins has been building up. In fact, finishing that Randuin's right off the last base.
It is going to help out quite a bit for Zamudo, but ultimately the crazy damage coming out from the Gangplank still is not quite there. It's not the same kind of crazy burst that we were used to seeing with all the crit builds that Gangplank was going for. The other major item purchase that we need to see completed for Dragonsteel is going to be that Rapidons, and luckily with 3.5 minutes before the next Dragon, it's a lot of time for Yuji to continue farming. However, this is kind of where Maryville in the past were very reliant on those captains that we were talking about, right? I remember Niles would oftentimes say, Jerry, just listen to my voice, it's the only one that really matters in these late game situations, because Spyrex and Yuji, like, they've had totally fine games. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, so much damage on the Zyko. There is that cash from the side lane paying off for Roamer. You'll grab that kill now. Jenkins versus Zamudo. Zamudo is walking into this one. He wants to take the fight. Suddenly feels he's got better odds now that he's got his Lord Doms, and Jenkins is going to oblige that one. He just goes straight for the recall.
A very tough spot for both sides, but that kill onto Zyko just buys more and more time for Team Liquid Challengers. It feels as though Dragonsteel just keep getting caught at the worst possible times for every single one of these plays.
TLC is very much invested in a lot of their macro play. So when it comes to setting up the map, it's still there. The criticisms have always been how they actually do their team fights, but their map setup, their macro, the way they move around, the way they try and set up the map to capitalize, still going to be pretty nice for Team Liquid. Now looking at some of the objectives that are up at the moment, still have Baron on the map, which does make side laning a pretty interesting factor. 2 minutes until that dragon comes back up. Both teams now at 2 drakes.
One of the big things that we are seeing is it feels as though Zamudo is finally turning the tide, rounding the corner on whether or not he will be able to take down Jenkins in the side lane. Currently level 16, does have the rank 3 ultimate with a cannon barrage, has all the levels necessary in the barrels at this point as well. But you can see that, oh, there's a wonderful edge of the map, but also Roamer is yet again uncontested in the side lane, and Dragonsteel has been a little bit, or rather, Team Liquid has been a little bit better at finding opportunities to push in the side lanes uncontested. It's why we see Roamer with so much CS.
That's my bad, Josh. I like to see the whole rift from time to time, so sometimes, you know, give a nudge to our observer.
Yeah, just, knock their mouse out of the way.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Team Liquid Challengers still looking to try and close out this game. It does feel as though both teams are just very content and be like, yeah, it's okay. We'll flip at 45 minutes over the Elder Dragon when it eventually does spawn. Because neither side is necessarily making a lot of proactive plays. Both teams are just farming it up. But Yuji has finally farmed his 3rd item, one of the highest value items in the entire game, with that Rapid finally done.
Yeah, what's been kind of a struggle is how much Roamer is actually scaling in this game thus far. He keeps hitting the side lanes, which means Dragons still have to respond to that side lane pressure. Now, with Roamer not over there, the wave is still pretty heavily shoved in, so TLC have an answer if they want to just try and prolong this Baron dance and send someone towards that bottom lane. At the moment, it seems like the dance is going to be the focus as they keep putting their poke onto Dragonsteel.
Yeah, those bombs landing onto Spirax, that's a lot of damage. We also have to note that Sideways getting pushed in by Team Liquid Challengers does also leave some issues coming out for the Maryville squad at the same time. Team Liquid Challengers are in perfect position to set up for both the Baron and the Infernal Dragon if they want it.
Control the mid lane for Team Liquid Honda Challengers, but Baron's
scary.
gonna get started up.
Oh,
look how
so
fast they take it down! My word, TLC can't even respond in time. Baron belongs to Dragonsteel. Will Team Liquid go for a fight on the back half of this? Him down, postures up, but already Dragonsteel are out. They got the Baron and they got right out of there. Highway robbery, Josh.
The rally cry, Baron buff coming through for Dragonsteel. We'll see what they are able to do with it. It's taken so long, but they did it so quickly. With the double marksman, Gangplank Karthus, I mean, it makes sense that it melts, but I didn't expect it to go down that fast. Team Liquid Challengers clearly didn't either. There is going to be a consolation prize in this Infernal Dragon, which will give them 9% increased AD and AP across the entire team. But now, this push, that's a lot of time that Team Liquid Challengers actually spent picking up that dragon, and they're not going to be in position to fight for all of these turrets.
And that's very brutal because Dragon at this point feels like a consolation prize. It'll weigh out a little bit more if we can get towards that Dragon Soul, because that's 4 Infernals. That really does add up towards the damage that Team Liquid are able to bring for this fight. But I don't think Dragons still want this game to go on too much longer. Going for the sieges, take down an inner turret in the top lane.
And we saw the calling come out. It didn't do a ton of damage, but now Zamudo is pushing up against Keel. And we're going to see the damage the barrels can do at this point. It's so consistent. It's not the crit where you just spike all of a sudden. Zamudo is going to take this down. He's also taking a lot of damage from those plants.
Simple recall for him, though. He still has his teleport available if anything goes awry. That's a lot of economy that's going over to Dragonsteel. They've netted up a 5k lead. With a lot of those turrets going down, really utilizing that Baron buff.
Dragonsteel doing a good job pressing across the entire map, but this is the tough part of the game. Oh, the ultimate.
Okay. I'm going to be sung. Ooh, half health for Spawn. And that's enough to tell TLC, you don't want any of this. You don't want to take this fight. Surrender your inhibitor to us. Mid lane inhibitor going to get dropped by Dragonsteel. They can convert a lot of that pressure down to the bottom lane, try and get a second one. But with TLC responding, Jenkins stepping up against the wave, not going to be the case.
Yeah, very tough to actually get anything further with that, but it's still a 4,000 gold power play on the Rally Cry Baron buff coming out from Dragonsteel. They're up 5,500 gold, and I really like to think that that ultimate, that Requiem coming out from YouTube is just like, I haven't pressed this button in a long time. I wonder how much damage it does now. Oh, that's pretty good.
And do you think about how scary that is? Like, if Zamudo slips a barrel on you and you get hit by Requiem, if your name's Spawn, there's a high chance you die to just those two abilities.
Yeah. I mean, you know, our observers are pointing out he did get like 120 gold off of the first strike, but it's also the kind of spot where you don't need to do anything with it. As Zyko fighting Jenkins.
Psycho will find stun onto Jenkins. 3 members of Dragonsteel. It's enough to tear apart the Gator. 5 members now posturing up for the bot lane where they see an inhibitor for the taking.
The Baron buff is going to run out, but the turret is so low it might not matter. The wave clear is so good from Team Liquid Challengers, and there's nothing else on the map for Dragonsteel to play for other than these turrets. So it feels as though 35 minutes into the game, Jenkins getting caught could have ended a lot of games, but this is the power of the Ziggs, the power of the Zyra, making sure that nothing further is lost.
This reminds me, and this is gonna really expose my age. I gotta hold that right now because Requiem's being sung, so let's get into this because Dragonsteel are looking to siege this up. The Requiem is just to push them off. You see the Malignants go down as well. They have to respect where they're standing or else they get a little bit more burn. And every time that comes off cooldown and inhibitor falls, Dragonsteel grab the second one.
Good stuff from Dragonsteel to make sure they are able to push their way in. It's still doing a ton of damage. To make an Infernal Bomb, no first strike there, so it is just going to be stopping some backs a little bit, but all of these ultimates are in a low cooldown this late into the game. But both the Mega Infernal Bomb and the Requiem will be up by the next time these two teams fight, and we have a minute and a half left until the Infernal Soul spawns for Team Liquid, and a little more than that before the Baron buff spawns for both sides of the map. We've been able to see how quickly Dragonsteel can do it. And I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that we are still seeing this long of a game coming through from Dragonsteel. This is not the kind of composition that I'm used to seeing from them, where they really like pushing the tempo. This is definitely a much slower style of game.
Actually, taking a moment to check out a stat because you want to see. It's actually Team Liquid who, on average, have the longest games in the league at the moment.
Interesting.
So, I mean, part of that, it does make sense, especially in the context of this game, because the wave clear is so good. And Ziggs can clear it out no problem. Zyra can clear it out no problem. You got a Corki on top of that. So there are ways to prolong this game as long as you don't get caught. But guess what? Roamer is caught. He's gonna get got. There's 4 members of Dragonsteel there, and you're down a mid laner for TLC.
He's gonna be down until the Baron spawns as well. So Dragonsteel should be able to stop the Infernal Soul stacking. And Team Liquid Challengers, I mean, with Roamer dead, that's a lot of their ability to pressure the Baron gone at the same time. Dragonsteel finds another crucial pick late in the game. But what does it actually get them, right? Getting the Infernal Dragon is not the Infernal Soul coming out from Dragonsteel. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more money. You're going to be making those Requiems hurt a little bit further. But buying more time just sharpens the game state. Every single ability, every single action matters so much more this late in the game, because if either side get a clean team fight victory, that's the game. Yes, I know Dragonsteel is taking a lot more turrets, but with the amount of damage that Ziggs and Corki will do to structures, if Team Liquid Challengers is able to wipe Dragonsteel, the game ends anyway.
So this is what I did like from Team Liquid right now.
Here comes the teleport. He has to teleport.
They knew it was being started up, so TLC immediately go to Baron. They start putting wards over there, and that's to teleport in Roamer, so he can't appear for this fight. Zamudo's already low. Here comes Jenkins over the wall, able to get the stun. It's secure. Team Liquid still away. The Baron, and now Team Liquid with 2 kills back-to-back. Scary Jerry's too low. Team Liquid have given themselves a chance, an opportunity to take this game back.
Firex? Not enough. Oh my gosh, Team Liquid Challengers get everything in that last fight. Keel with the Smite Seal.
No.
Jenkins hunting down the last members, but not able to find them. Team Liquid Challengers, suddenly with the Baron buff, suddenly finding all these kills, extends the game even further. And this whole fight seemed very odd because instead of burning down the Baron buff, Yuji spent time to channel Requiem at the beginning of this. He ends up getting taken down and just misses the smite as Keel comes through a little bit more proactive, better able to actually lock everything down. And Dragonsteel, I mean Spyrex, the multiple blue trinkets, they know exactly where he is. And suddenly, Team Liquid Challengers have another lease on life in this game. 4 items completed on spawn.
It was smart decision making. If you watched when Dragonsteel went for the dragon, came down, immediately went over to the Baron and started placing wards. Teleports were available. They utilized those teleports beautifully, especially Jenkins, who got that flank in, Kill, who was able to smite, steal it away. There's a living chance now for TLC to find a comeback into this. It's still 3 minutes before an Infernal Dragon comes up. They're only down 3k gold. We're getting into the late stages now, Josh.
I mean, it feels like we've been in the late stages for a long time. SRX as so many members are on 4 completed items. We get to see 4 on Scary Jerry, Spyrex, UG is almost done with his 4th, Zamuto's got 4, Jenkins has got 4. Keel, Romer is full build, actually. He could still change out the steel caps for a Zephyr, but Spawn, and he's got the Seeker's Arm Guard as well. Almost everybody has completed all of their major items. And again, this just leaves it in a position where if either team makes a single mistake, in particular, if Spawn gets caught, the game ends.
Yep. You cannot stop the siege of Dragonsteel after that. On is that wave clear. But for TLC, they're still with their backs against the wall. Inhibitors down in the bottom lane. It's going to be spawning in the next 15 seconds. And that's when we're going to get to see TLC start to put their presence a little bit more forward. And they definitely need that, because the pressure right now was hard to deal with, but they are responding.
Trying to think of who's really stood out to me this game, because it has been a lot of waiting around on both sides,
Right.
and Eugene has to be very careful. He got caught here last time around, but the next dragon, this will be the 7th dragon of the game. Whoever gets it will be getting that soul, and now Zyko. All right, barely getting out.
Still a minute 30 before that dragon comes up, and Dragonsteel are already posturing up towards the Dragonside River. You can see Zyko fighting forward positioning on the mid-wave. We'll be able to clear that out. That the call for Spyrax is over towards the top lane, so we do get some side laning coming out of Dragonsteel.
Yeah, but you
Have
see how
teleport on Spyrax, so he can rejoin.
you see how timid, or not timid, cautious he is, because they have not had an opportunity to see where most of the members of Team Liquid Challengers are for a little while. He's not able to push that wave out. He's going to go get the red buff, which will help the entire rest of the team. But with a minute left, Spyrax is waiting a long time because he does not want to get caught. He knows how much of his team's damage he is. But the rest of Dragonsteel are controlling the southern quadrant of the Rift. Team Liquid Challengers is going to have to fight their way through mid lane or through the bottom part of the map, and Spyrax never ended up pushing out that top wave.
You like that? Calling it the southern quadrant.
Southern.
Follow through with that. We got west, north, east. Dragonsteel still on river. Really, it's been a long con when it comes to this dragon spawn. They've been holding possession. A lot of the vision control they have over here, but this allows TLC to just push forward, start marching towards the base. Roamer's not stopping.
Yeah, this is the danger of Spyrax taking way too long to actually go for the push up on the top side. He has to use the teleport defensively, and that means he is not in position with the rest of his team. 10 seconds left until the dragon actually spawns. That's the cannon barrage committed from Zamuto. They're not going to get anything off of it.
TLC, right now, I like their odds. They have an angle to secure Dragon Soul or Infernals to their name.
Requiem?
Here comes the Requiem down. Dragonsteel looking to turn this around. Going golden's going to be spawn. It does get him away from that damage as the engage comes through. Dragonsteel! They're not going to give TLC the time. They lose 2 on the back end, though, as Spawn picks up the double kill with the Mega Inferno Bomb. But Dragon looks to be secured, and that's Soul to Dragonsteel.
Several kills going over, and the Infernal Soul comes through, but it's still not a game-ending buff here, Deathstrikes. We have to fight yet again for the Baron buff, which spawns in about a minute. Team Liquid Challengers really struggling to find their way in, and Yuji, even though he doesn't have a lot of kills, he has just farmed his way up to so many completed items, and there's such high quality items as well. At this point, everyone in the game, except for the supports, is already level 18. They're not going to be getting stronger that way, and as Yuji backs away, he might have the 5th item completed as well.
The worry now, okay, never mind. That worry is now erased. The Hourglass was just finished on spawn. I was going to mention how the stopwatch component of it was on cooldown, which means he wouldn't be able to get away from that Requiem. But having the Hourglass as an answer to a lot of this damage that Dragonsteel are looking to do before the fight even starts, it's a good answer for spawn.
And now as Spawn does have that ready. We did see how effective it was at neutralizing the Requiem beforehand, because Yuji has been using it before the fights have actually started, because he knows, like, by the time he actually dies, everyone's going to be so far away. There's so much range on Keel, Roamer, and Spawn, he's not going to do any relevant damage to them. But another Baron has Spawn. Dragonsteel has done it so fast in the past.
You might be looking for a final fight right now as Kindown misses the hook, eats the calling. Roamer steps up. It's a bit of chip damage through. Cannon Barrage goes down. It's landing on a kill. Here comes the Requiem kill. Might die from this if they get closer onto Zamudo's over on the flank. Doesn't get close enough. Look at Roamer over the wall. Zamudo able to pop his Guardian Angel. Jenkins looking to go bodyguard, looking to defend his mid laner. Jumps onto Zamudo. Zamudo doesn't find the blast plan. Instead, he just finds another rocket to his face delivered by Roamer. Mega Infernal Mom goes out. 5k health remains onto the Baron. Dragon still looking to clean this up. Out comes the depth charge. It lands onto Spyrax. Kindown looks for the angle. Flashes forward. Spawn goes forward. Dragon still secure the Baron. They'll secure the fight as well as they look to clean up Team Liquid on the challengers. Not even Roamer can save you. A 43-minute slugfest in our money match, and Dragon Steel come out ahead.
Dragonsteel, it took them 44 minutes in this game, but they finally take down everyone on Team Liquid Challengers. They create so much space for themselves and the Requiems over and over. They bought the bottom lane inhibitors. They bought the space around the Baron this time as well, and Dragonsteel finally will stand tall.
Undefeated on the season, and they're looking to add another win to that column. Dragonsteel, tremendous performance coming out of them. Gotta really appreciate how long that game really went. Team Liquid, they kept trying, man. They had many angles. They were able to get their inhibitors to respawn. But when it came down to it, a lot of these Baron fights, they were just so hectic, Josh.
They were absolutely crazy, and I think just watching Yuji go for this Requiem again as we get the game-ending fight replay to come out will be absolutely pivotal, just because of how much damage Yuji is able to do before these fights ever start. Also, getting the stopwatch out of his opponent. Now, it is worth noting, Psycho did miss out on his ultimate beforehand, but looking at Keel, Kindown, and Spawn already taking so much damage, and Zamudo around the corner, just sitting in this fog of war, able to take down Roamer's Guardian Angel. Zamudo will pay for it with his life, but because everyone on the team is already so low, Roamer no longer has the safety provided by the first incarnation of the Guardian Angel. Just means that as this fight becomes so chaotic, Scary Jerry, I mean, he just takes down Keel, runs directly into the fight, but all of these members are so low because of the damage that Yuji did beforehand.
That was kind of the moment we were waiting for a very long time from Scary Jerry. When was he going to have that pop-off moment? Was able to find it, but a lot of that was thanks to the setup of Yuji's Karthus. Yuji brought so much damage to a lot of these fights, was able to really set up the fights in favor of Dragonsteel thanks to those early Requiems, and of course securing that final smite. Gotta feel oh so good to take this game one. Yeah,
and I have to say, it's not just the Requiems that got them the kills, right? The fact that the Requiems were able to buy them the mid lane inhibitor and the bottom lane inhibitor left Dragonsteel in control of the map for so much time, and just understanding how to play around the map that way, just taking away your opponent's resources in their HP really helped out Dragonsteel quite a bit in one of the longest games we've had. Not the longest game we have had, but I believe probably second, because our longest game was 45 minutes yesterday.
Hey, I mean, you can kind of joke about how Yuji's job was just to press R, but man, he pressed R really well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, taking those huge chunks out before the fight even starts, gotta feel good for Dragonsteel because it led to them taking game number one in this best of three, which, again, it is a money match, and I did say best of three, which means we got another one coming. So we'll be right back while we get ready for game number two between Dragonsteel and Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
You ready, Toasty? A little bot?
Yeah, get on these, little bot.
Say something a little louder.
Toasty, you're a bot. You're a bot.
You're
a bot.
so bad!
Cool. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of NACL's Bot. We have CCG's Esports' Shochi versus Supernova's Toasty. Who is going to be first in line? It's Toasty!
If you miss the first shot, that's a bot-like behavior. I've never seen Toasty and like the biggest bot in the world in the same room.
True.
Yeah, because me and you haven't been in the same room.
Tristana, huh?
Oh my god!
Oh
my god!
Gotta use Ernest Elf Tristana. This is the best one.
Worst. That's the worst
best
Tristana
one.
skin.
This is
I'm
the
not
best
gonna lie,
one.
it's kind of the worst.
Yo, You're such a bot!
There's no way you are W. Okay, you actually.
Oh,
Okay.
he actually did.
I'm gonna make it hard, okay? It's time to bomba. You E flash ult. Go, go!
No.
A little bot like, huh? How should I dismantle you? Let me do some like Pythagorean theorem. Wait. Okay, right here.
Oh.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
my
my
angles
God.
are off. My angles are off.
Let me do a zero, alright? You put the one to the right. Oh my god!
What was
God.
that?
I need the right skin for this one, Grave Lord, because I'm putting you in your grave. You're going down. Was that corny or was that good?
That was,
It was
no,
good,
that
it
was
was
actually good.
Okay, here I go.
You're so bad!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
I'm going back to the Gragas. I have to try.
I literally dare you. I literally dare you right now.
I locked it in. What are you daring me for?
For fun.
Are you ready?
E flash ult.
Pass in.
Careful, bro. Don't get 3-0'd.
Back to you.
You had
Pass
to
it
get
back
one
to
eventually.
You, you are
I'm
not
just-
doing the
No,
Malphite one.
it's actually so inconsistent, but I'm just gonna run it. Flash like over here, okay?
Okay, fine.
No!
Embarrassing. Let's do some Xin Zhao action. E to this dummy. You're gonna R flash the ball into the net. I'll just demonstrate it for you.
Okay.
Make sure you R flash, not flash R.
Okay. ER flash.
Yep.
Oh,
my gosh, you actually-
made it.
Yes, let's
You
go!
actually first time that? Okay. How should I give you a B?
Bro, you're not
Let
even
me-
gonna get this one. Like,
You made me mad. I wasn't gonna do it to you, but I'm buying the rocket belt. W to this ward, interrupt the W with the Q, proto belt over here, and R flash.
if you get this one, you actually deserve it.
Yes!
You're so bad. You're just gonna
Mhm.
Q W R flash, okay?
Oh, that's
Oh
it.
my
That was
God,
pretty.
careful,
that wasn't
bro.
bad.
Oh!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
Yes! How do you get swept? You're such a bot!
That is a T, my friend, and that is bot.
This was pretty embarrassing for me. My stock's not looking so hot after this. I'm doing it again.
Do it again. You're so
Bro, it's the same exact spot. It's actually glitch. It's actually glitch. It's
Your
actually
flash
glitch.
is bad. The angle is bad on your kick.
That
Yeah,
one
that
made
one,
it.
The angle is bad on your kick.
Toasty, as our champion here of this episode of Pod, do you have any words?
I'd just like to shout out my enemy opponent for being a bot.
Thank you for the shout out. I'll see you in playoffs, Toasty.
You're not even gonna make playoffs. Like, calm down. Like,
We'll see.
All right, that's going to be our episode of Bot. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and Dragon Steel versus Team Liquid Honda Challengers. Yoshi, we went very late with that game, man.
Yeah, and honestly, I was a little bored to see that whole thing. I'm really hoping our next game is going to be a little bit more high octane. It took a long time, and I don't really feel as though either of our teams put their best foot forward in that one. It was mostly typified by a lot of waiting for the other team to get picked off, and then you would do some things. I think the biggest plays that we can see really came from Maryville when they just rushed the Baron, used the Rec Rooms to buy themselves the mid lane inhibitor and the bottom lane inhibitor. However, after that, the game really stalled out because of a couple key picks.
It's kind of like watching two counterpunchers go against each other. Who's going to throw the first blow? Who's really going to swing at each other? It took a while before we actually got to those big, heavy blows, and I do think one of the more pivotal moments was when Dragonsteel just took Baron.
Yeah.
There was a moment where they're able to just walk up to it, and it was so fast that went down. You could do a countdown slower than that. I can't rap faster than that.
Yeah, it was honestly really impressive to see how it goes, but that is just game one of the best of three in today's money match between Team Liquid Honda Challengers and Dragonsteel, and that does mean that we're going to get to see more of these teams go head-to-head, and luckily for us, Eric, we're going to be seeing a lot of these champions that stalled out the game removed. You cannot play Ziggs, you cannot play Corki, you cannot play Gangplank. There's a lot of wave play that's already off the table.
No more Corki, no more Ziggs, no more Karthus. No more Gangplank. That's the only one that makes me sad. I was kind of excited to see Zamudo play the champion. How'd you feel about it, by the way? I thought it was
fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was okay. It wasn't as standout as some of the huge performances that Niles, the player who was in that role before, has been pulling off in the past, especially in the way back in the day. But it was a good start for him, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it looked fine. I was really hoping that we would see the Renekton punished by a Gragas pick. It just really shuts down everything that Renekton wants to do, and you have so much playmaking potential as well, whereas the Gangplank is just like, well, what if I throw a barrel here? And then sometimes the barrel goes off, and you're like, yay! And other times the barrel doesn't go off, and you're like, oh, okay.
And that's why I say it was just fine, because in the laning, it left a little bit to be desired, but there were moments where he was finding those barrels onto the back line, and it made it just so chaotic for Team Liquid to have to deal with. As we're starting to finish off our bans right now, pretty much stock standard as well as an Italy ban.
Yep, the Rumble and the Tristana also taken off the table, so the most important Yordles in the game are already removed, and the Blanc taken away from Roamer as well. So this kind of pushes us down towards the tier 2 of a lot of champions that we are looking at. Brand, potentially the highest focused champion still left in the game, but with several of the 80 carries that you oftentimes see played in the mid lane removed, the stonks on Brand and the other AP junglers does go down.
I mean, it's still pretty strong to grab it as an early pick, but yeah, you're definitely right to that regard. Ashe, a strong champion, has been looking good in the latest patch, and one of the big things about Ashe that I always love is just the ability to scout out where the enemy jungler is and find long-range engages on top of it, so TLC gonna have an Ashe.
Yeah, the Ashe and the Ezreal, two of these 80 carries that we did not see in the last game that are very strong, and oh dear.
Oh dear.
This champion sucks. I was so excited to see Zamudo play a champion that was gonna
do you say it like that?
That was gonna do
so
exciting
defeated,
things.
Man.
It's just every time I see Udyr, it's like, oh, it's this big ball of stats that either like proxies a ton of waves or it's just not doing anything. Like the damage on this champion is just so much lower now than it used to be. It's way less tanky than it used to be, so it's still a ball of stats, but sometimes the ball of stats isn't enough. And you already look at the damage coming through from Team Liquid with the Ashe, with the Brand. It is absolutely enough damage to chew through this Udyr. And when you add a Jace on top of it as well, you have the AD mid, probably going to be played by Roamer, that can just shred through all the members of Dragonsteel. And so, Dragonsteel is going to have to be very careful about whether or not they continue indexing to this front line, which is going to die very quickly.
Speaking of getting shredded, I mean, for TLC, they have drafted rather squishy so far. They don't have any true frontline that they've grabbed, so there is some opportunities over there to look to try and capitalize on that. And hey, Jhin is one of those, when you have a lot of squishy champions, when you're not dealing with a massive amount of frontline tanks, that's when we start to see Jhin really start to flourish.
And I also really like this Jhin pickup because it means that the Ezreal is going to be trying to follow the Jace into the mid lane. However, there is still opportunities for this Jace to go towards the top side. And I don't really think we've seen an evolution come through on what the counterpick to the Ezreal mid lane has been, just because Ezreal has almost always been a counterpick to what we've seen in the mid. And that's part of why we're seeing Dragonsteel layer some bans towards Jenkins up on the top side of the map to try and force this Jace to go into the mid lane and take away other things he can play alongside the Jace.
As we kind of take into account what is picked up so far for TLC, you have long range engage, you have kind of pseudo poke alongside Ashe and Jace being together, as well as the bursty team fight, all that AoE splash damage that comes from having a brand. Can really burn down some of these champions. Top lane focus for Dragonsteel in the draft currently, as they take away some of the champions that will be playing into Zamudo, both Gnar and Cassante, while the support role being targeted by Team Liquid.
Yeah, Gnar was definitely one of the growing counterpicks to Udyr when Udyr was still very meta towards the end of his reign up in the top side of the map. And so it is going to be, I mean, signaling a little bit that the Udyr is going top lane, which I guess we already knew, but they're just really trying to showcase, yes, we want to make sure that Jenkins does not have something he is nearly as proficient on up in the top side of the map. And looking at Dragonsteel, they have a lot of range right now with the Ezreal and the Jhin. I would actually love to see it paired with a little bit more. Morgana here would be really sick because, or this also works, the Sejuani, anything that has a lot of crowd control to set up Ezreal and Jhin to just layer all of their long range damage into a single target.
Yeah, and it keeps building up this very, very tanky front line that's going to be holding the line for both this Ezreal and the Jhin. So great engage right there. Now it's time for TLC to figure out what their front line is really going to look at, because again, they've only gone for the squishier side of things. Getting a Rakan does get you that engage, and we'll see if they do lock it in. Yeah, it'll be locked in for TLC.
Makes sense. It's a good champion. It's probably the best engaged champion still left on the patch, with already Nautilus and Rel taken off the table and Alistar and Leona banned away. The only thing we have to do left for Team Liquid Challengers is show exactly what the other solo laner is going to be. With the Jace already locked in, it doesn't love playing into the Ezreal. It's also not very exciting into the Udyr at the same time. And so it is going to be a Smolder, almost definitely going top lane here for Team Liquid, where Jenkins will be piloting that into the top lane Udyr, who really will struggle to create a lot of pressure.
Very interesting answer. I mean, okay, you do get the range advantage. I guess my bigger worry about doing the Smolder into the Udyr is what happens when Sejuani starts to get involved. That's when you can really start picking off Jenkins and making his life hell.
The big thing is there is enough wave clear built into Smolder that you can prevent a lot of these dives to come through as long as you're able to clear the wave. And there's a lot of range coming out from Team Liquid Challengers. Every single member of the team is going to be auto-attacking from quite a ways away. And you're going to be looking at this Udyr champion. You're going to feel a little bit sorry for it, because its only real way into this game is to split push, but if it's split pushing, it's going to have to deal with Smolder free farming the entire time.
Yeah, and we know what happens if a Smolder does free farm. It means you get that execute faster, and suddenly your front line just disappears. They've been executed. I do like some of the answers that was grabbed here by Dragonsteel. We haven't really spoken on the Bard that got locked in, which can find these long-range picks. This long-range lockdown that's going to disrupt a lot of what TLC want to do.
We have seen some players, in particular Kerio, went absolutely nuts on this Bard fairly recently, and I am looking forward to seeing how this Bard is piloted, because it is a champion that has so much skill expression built into it, simply because of how powerful every single one of the buttons it can actually put. And the ultimate, with all of these members of Team Liquid Challengers, they have a lot of range, but they don't have a lot of mobility built into their kit, which means that the ultimate, if you are on the same screen when you throw out the Bard ultimate at a target and you put it dead center on them, they have to flash if they don't want to get hit by it.
And if they don't flash, what happens? Suddenly there's an Udyr right in front of you, waiting, arms crossed. Same thing with Sejuani on top of her boar, hungry, basically a lunch line at that point. So yeah, getting away from that Tempered Fate is going to be huge. I do like this pick out of Zyko. My question is, I haven't seen Jhin and Bard in lane together for quite some time, so I'm just wondering how that's going to interact.
They don't tend to do a whole lot of that laning thing. They tend to send Bard away. Jhin is definitely one of these characters that can survive with enough wave clear built into his kit, and Team Liquid Challengers actually has enough pressure on that side of the map just because they have the Ashe, they have a lot of those slows, that it makes me wonder if Dragonsteel might be looking to go for a lane swap with this kind of setup. It is still possible to play these, but we don't necessarily see them as much in Challengers League, but having it up your sleeve and just showcasing that you're willing to do it gives you a lot of more power the later we go into the season.
If they do that, I do like the angle where you kind of stifle the smolder. A lot of top laners, they kind of get into situations where they're just by themselves. They have to like either go chase their jungler, go chase their duo lane once these lane swaps start happening. So it could be an interesting angle to see go through. We are having some delays right now. One of the players did have a client bug. That is why we're spending a little bit of extra time here on the champion select. But still pretty much have a lot to break down when it does come to these team comps as a whole, Josh.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried here, Deserex, that we might get another slow game. Just because there's a lot of range on Team Liquid Challengers, there's not a ton of playmaking ability. However, the one thing that they do have is every single time an Ashe arrow lands, the person that gets hit by it is going to take a lot of damage coming out from Team Liquid Challengers. However, if it's not killing the targets, it does mean that people just back away, and Team Liquid Challengers has to play this long, extended pressure game, which is what has led to some of the longest games in League of Legends history.
Line is fixed, and on the Rift we be TLC versus Dragonsteel. Let us know in chat who got this one, TLC or DSTL. And starting off into this game, I do want to throw this point out here, is I've been very impressed from Dragonsteel, not just from their performance here in NACL and being undefeated. Like, that goes without saying. I think the bigger factor is the fact that they're doing this right after CLOL. I talked with Aaron, who was in the last match last time, and he said it was a very exhausting thing. Like, it does put you in a position of burnout where you have to just jump from one tournament to the next. I think Dragonsteel have dealt with that very, very well.
Dragonsteel have been one of the best at it, jumping back and forth. However, it was, in fact, SLU, now most of the members of Winthrop University here in Challengers League, who were able to take that one down. And Dragonsteel trying to find their way back into this one. Now, Zamudo, if he's not allowed to proxy, as long as Jenkins just slowly attacks him, it's very difficult. So Zamudo is going to get some damage down, but Jenkins is like, cool, you did not actually proxy the wave, and now Zamudo is going to instead try and get a ward down and try and control the top side of the map. But Jenkins doesn't really care about that. He just wants to stack up a couple of stacks, use that complete footwork to keep himself healthy. And as long as he's preventing Zamudo from crashing waves, it is a win in the book of Team Liquid Challengers.
Always remember, you still get stacks for landing those abilities on champions, so the fact that Zamudo can't really hard punish a Smolder means that Jenkins should be scaling up rather decently at a decent speed. Now, looking at where these junglers are clearing, we're going to have opposite sides of the map. UG starting over at his blue buff, same thing for heal.
Yeah. Good stuff so far from Zamudo as well, to be shoving Jenkins away from the wave and denying some of this early experience. It does mean that Jenkins will be missing out on that. We'll be getting level 2 a little bit later, but he's still going to be stacking up that passive relatively efficiently. The whole goal here, as you were talking about before, is whenever you have these ranged champions off in the side lane, you really want to prevent them from actually farming and actually harassing. And if you have to trade some of your HP and mana in order to create a favorable lane state, Zamudo very happy to do that.
Still looking for where these junglers are going to be ending up at. I do see that UG is ending towards the top side. As we said, blue buff starts for both of these junglers, which does put him at an angle if he wants to. Whoa, Spyrax, what's going on there? That had to have been a misclick, man. And if that's the case, oh, that's got to feel so bad. Spyrax trying to fight it out with Roamer. Wants to get one more Mystic shot. The auto doesn't finish him, but the minion will. First blood to Roamer.
Yeah, you can see immediately. Oh, but Zyko coming around is not done. Roamer has flash.
Zyko's coming up. Remember, he has the empowered auto that he can throw down. Doesn't even really need it. The ignite is enough. The kill gets returned, and at least Spyrax's consolation prize to get an assist.
Yeah, you take a look at that, and you know that Spyrax instantly knows that he messed up when he pressed the flash button. I also respect it from Kim Down jumping in and being like, hey, I will save you, Spawn.
Spawn getting the autos on Scary Jerry doesn't have much to follow through, but Kim Down is in the area. Kill is also in the area as well. You need to get these recalls off fast.
Gotta be very careful. Kim Down not going to be stopping any of these backs. Oh.
Oh no. Zyko's alone. He's by himself. There's 3 members circling him like sharks. and Spawn will cash in on the kill.
Very good stuff from Team Liquid, letting Scary Jerry back away so that the rest of the fight was easier to actually go for. Team Liquid Challengers with a small lead across the board this time around, and I really like their opportunities this game if they are just allowed to scale freely. And so far, with the bottom lane winning, with the mid lane getting a kill, with the top lane just slowly scaling, I'm liking their chances a lot.
Yeah, this is a good start from them. I mean, unfortunate for Spyrax, but blunders do happen, mistakes do happen. And Roamer was able to get the better of that one, which is very fact right there as Roamer goes hard for the engage on the Spyrax. He's looking for the outright kill. Knockup found by Kim Down. Roamer still on top of him, will bring the hammer down on the head of Spyrax.
Good stuff coming out from Kim Down and Roamer, really taking control of the mid lane, and this is again looking to be a much faster game than the one that we saw previously. No teleport from Spyrax, and Lee Zyko does save a couple of minions for him, so he will be able to farm, but overall Team Liquid Challengers just winning out the bottom side so heavily. And we're going to take another look at what happened up here on the top side. I didn't even know there was something to look at.
Yeah, curious. Let's see. So this happened during the dive that happened in the bot lane.
Yeah. Alright, you know, getting Jenkins slapped.
Pesky Dragon.
I mean, it's a good start, but now you have to go back. That's the thing when you invest, is you have to actually make sure that you go and harvest the seeds. But overall, Dragonsteel, one of the things that has typified a lot of their games is their resilience in so many of their games. They have been down a couple of times before, but they only have 2 game losses so far on this season and 0 series losses at all. And now, Dragonsteel, we're going to have to see how deep into the pockets they're going to have to reach, because the bottom side is not going well.
Another visit into the bot lane for kill. This time it's not to take the fight, this time it's to take the dragon. We get focus on that. Level 6 breakpoints are now starting to come in. Arrow goes wide, Spawn unable to land. Now Scary Jerry to capitalize, get some harassment right back. He'll still wrestling it out with his dragon all in the meanwhile.
I love watching him just like auto attack everything but the dragon for so long. They are going to throw out the hawk shot in order to double check that Yuji is in fact doing the grubs, confirm that that is happening. Keel will get the first dragon. It is a mountain dragon for themselves, and the next one will be a hex tech, but just slowly farming away.
Roamer on these AD mids.
Very good, yeah.
He will brutalize you. I mean, we've seen it with the Tristana. Same thing with the Lucian, and now on the Jace, he's just styling on them, man. Roamer looks so damn good. He will bring the hammer onto Yuji. The flames go by, and now Roamer, even stunned up, doesn't care. He's happy to take this. It's a double kill going over to kill.
I think I'm ready to call it at that point. 7 minutes in, 5-1, and so much of this money is on these crucial members. Jenkins does have to run, but Keel's already here.
All right, Maw comes down. Jenkins taking a lot of damage, but here comes Keel, and Zamudo heads for the heals. He's getting chased by Jenkins in the process. Zamudo empty-handed. Siege now laid by TLC. Retreat instead, as they rather take the recall.
Really tough stuff. Yuji just missing the Glacial Prison on that last one, and now, I mean, we just see Roamer 2, 1, and 2. Keel also getting 2 kills in the mid lane. This is a ton of damage, and suddenly Zamudo, who does have those boots and is doing fine up in the top side, you got to do a lot better than fine on this Udyr if you want to be relevant in the game. And Jenkins stopping the back. Yep, getting a couple stacks.
That is so painful. That was on the last second and a half of the recall as well, so that's so much time wasted. More stacks to Jenkins, and now he gets to freeze the wave right in front of his tower.
Really brutal stuff for this Udyr, because you're the one who wants to be trying to freeze off the wave of all these ranged champions, and now you're not going to be able to do that at all. Dragonsteel, the bottom lane, down several waves already. Roamer just able to jump on Spyrax whenever he feels like it, and the top side with a little bit of a freeze, a very safe top half of the map, and Yuji, he's the only person who's got the go button at this point. Zyko will get it when the Cosmic Encounter comes back, but I'm really worried considering how much damage we're already seeing Team Liquid do.
Yeah, they cashed in rather early, Josh, and I mean, everything's going well for their solo laners. That's the first thing I'm going to point out. Zamudo hasn't been able to really stop the scaling that's coming out from Jenkins. He's been grabbing those stacks, and as we get later into the game, especially around that 25-minute point, that's when the execute is going to start to come online. And Spyrax can't even deal with Roamer at this current time. Roamer's very willing to continue to press the gas pedal. Leaves very few answers for Dragon still, even in the bottom lane spawning Kim down or doing well.
Yeah. Yuji looking topside though, but Keel there for the counter gank.
We go looking for that baby dragon, but hey, there's Daycare. The name is Keel. Able to get the stun onto Yuji. There's a lot of area of effect damage that's coming out, but finally gonna fall. Keel gets dropped. Jenkins has to back off. Yuji and Zamudo not going to go empty-handed this time. Jenkins looking for a little bit more damage as the ultimate comes through. Ma sings right in, says, "Get away from my baby boy." Jenkins looks for another roamer, grabs it, and TLC are not stopping.
Finally, when it looked like Dragon Steel were going to try and find their way back in, Team Liquid shuts it down. Double buffs now on Roamer. Good dodge from Spyrex, but still so much extra gold. 3,000 gold, only 9 minutes in. They have so much control. They have the ability to go for all of these fights. They can dictate when things are going to start. And now, Jenkins getting a CS lead as well as a couple of plates off the top side of the map. It's looking kind of doomed here for Dragon Steel, but Desrex is also the team that we have criticized quite a bit for their inability to close out games.
Okay. Josh, since you brought up that point, how easy is it for TLC to close out a game with this specific build? Let's talk sieges first.
The sieges are really good, right? You have just so much poke, you have a lot of range. I'm not super worried about the sieges, but I am very worried because so much of the last game, whenever Team Liquid were coming back into all of their games, it got stopped when someone got caught. Speaking of,
Him down. Doesn't want to get caught.
Good
Able
dodges.
to find the side steps. Nice dodges coming through. Spawn waiting in the wings as well. 3 members of Dragonsteel. 4 members of Dragonsteel setting up in the bot lane. Out comes the Tempered Fate. It lands right onto the tower, which means you don't got any protection. Zyko gets knocked up by Kim down, but here comes the rest of TLC. It's Roamer with the hammer, man. He will take one down in the blink of an eye. Zyko's not here anymore.
And Keel in the mid lane also there to pick up the mid wave, crash that there. This is everything going Team Liquid Challengers. When your opponents give you more of these opportunities to be aggressive, you don't need to be aggressive. You don't need to try and make any of these plays if your opponents are going to be trying to make opportunities. And Zamudo, I mean, what do you do?
Don't, Zamudo. Don't do it, Zamudo. Here's the thing, Jenkins, the very first item he bought were those boots, so he's got the movement speed boost. Even if Zamudo has it, it's completely matched by Jenkins, which means this kiting is so unbearable for him. He can't even touch this smolder.
Yeah, you got to be so frustrated as the Udyr in this lane. There's not a lot that you can do as long as Jenkins is wiggling well. And now another dragon actually spawning. We do have the members of Team Liquid Challengers just pushing out everyone from Dragonsteel. There's lots of wards here for Dragonsteel, but it doesn't matter how much you can see if you can't do anything about it.
Him down. Walks up towards where Scary Jerry is. Not going to look for the engage just yet. He does have level 6, but he doesn't have the ultimate. Same thing for Kill. So the pick potential is rather low for TLC. This is where Dragonsteel feel like they have a chance. They do have an ultimate, but they don't have a mid laner. Now Dragon getting started up, looking for the steal. Zamudo walks right on in, and Yuji's able to claim it. Losing a member, but still getting the dragon right from the noses of TLC.
I mean, it's a solo kill in the mid lane, but a small victory coming through from Dragonsteel as they do slow down the dragon stacking. But you know Roamer's got to be chuckling as the arrow goes down on a Scary Jerry.
Oh, man. Oh, Spawn's just going to dive here. That's the frustrating thing. Every auto will slow you when you're going against an Ashe. So you pick the wrong shot, suddenly you're just slowly walking to your turret as your health bar gets chipped away. You can tell that Scary Jerry, the pressure means that he needs to back off and take a recall.
Yeah. Oh, Jenkins still stacking. I think they're careful there.
Jenkins looking to fight this out. Does put down the control ward. Doesn't want the bushes to play into the favor.
Oh!
Ooh! True shot barrage. Doesn't kill him though, and here comes Kill. Says, I don't need an ultimate to take you down. I'm just gonna do it with my basic abilities. I'll walk on up. I'm a grown boy. Could take that long walk, and it's another kill for TLC.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage gave us a moment of hope, but Team Liquid Challengers just in total control across the board. 4,500, nearly 5,000 gold up 13 minutes in. And one of the things that we've always known about Team Liquid is that this team has hands, right? Every single member on this team can make some good plays.
Oh my god. In a good place. Here comes
Okay.
Roamer once again. It's Kim down, able to get the charm onto 2. Flashing over the walls, Roamer. He goes onto Zyko with the Tempered Fate. Puts him in place. Now Yuji is here. Counteroffensive coming out from Dragonsteel. They're sticking it to Roamer, and they'll be able to take him down. It's a shutdown picked up by Yuji. Spyrax critically low. Jenkins is able to breathe fire onto him, and here comes Zamudo. Another kill gets picked up by Kill, who picks it up on the back end. Zamudo able to take down the Smolder. Now Scary Jerry waiting in the wings as well. Does not have the curtain call, but Dragonsteel, they show they are willing to scrap it out, Josh.
Couple of kills going both ways, but the crucial difference here, Deserex, is that Spawn left all alone down in the bottom side of the map. Not quite getting the tower here, but he does have the arrow to prevent Scary Jerry from coming on in. But, crucially, Roamer tries to go in, showcase some of those hands, but just barely misses the shock blast on the target that he wanted to, and Spyrax able to walk on out. But still, Spyrax, 0 and 5, still getting his Trinity Force at a pretty reasonable time.
Yeah, surprisingly so. Spyrax, that means he'll still have his impact on the map. I mean, Mystic shots, they do add up nonetheless. As we pull up the turret plates. Good time, too. First brick gonna get taken by Spawn.
Oh, arrow?
He's gonna land the chase on to this Bard. That'll be another kill for Kill, who's picked up 5 so far, Josh.
Yeah, it just feels like vicious mockery when you see that kind of thing. It's like, he's already dead, and now Roamer pushing Scary Jerry out.
Ooh, Roamer looking to lay the hammer into Scary Jerry, who flashes away. All that being said, Dragonsteel, they realize they've lost the bottom side of the map, so they turn towards the Rift Herald to take that.
Take another look at this mid lane play as Roamer, the big thing is credit to Kim Down for stopping people from going through the magical journey, but then Roamer goes through, finds himself on the wrong side, and then the shock blast lands onto only Zyko. He's definitely hoping for Spyrax. I also really like this from Kim Down, trying to block Yuji, but Yuji not worried about it at all, flashes over Kim Down to make sure that he can hit the target he wants to.
And this fight still prolongs nonetheless, because you have Scary Jerry on one side, Zamudo who's coming in. That deadly flourish landing flush.
Yeah, you take down Jenkins, you get a couple kills back in all of that, but it's still a 5,000 gold lead for Team Liquid Challengers. They still have a lot of control on the map, and Jenkins, 175 stacks, 181 60 minutes into the game. He has been free stacking for this entire game. He's going to get it well before the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, this is a really fast stack coming out of Jenkins. True Shot Barrage as the Tempered Fate, able to stun up one. Roamer still looks to turn it around. Turret goes down. Spyrax will fight it out. 1 for 1 thus far. Kim Down looking for the retreat. Here comes Zamudo. Will not go for the dive. All the meanwhile, you have Jenkins in that top side who's grabbing a tower. Spawn in the mid lane who's grabbing a tower. Looks like TLC are going to come out ahead even with Dragonsteel's dive.
Oh man, such a brutal position because Roamer even trades back. He even gets Spyrax on the board. He doesn't get a lot of money off of Spyrax, but the extra turrets going over to Team Liquid, the extra minions that are being lost here by Dragonsteel makes the game so much more difficult. And this is what happens when you have this Ezreal who doesn't have the playmaking ability. Zyko finds Kim Down.
Oh no, Kim Down doesn't realize Kill is nearby, but Zamudo will show. Go into that Phoenix form. Start trying to burn them down, but nothing burns them better than a dragon. Jenkins will get the kill on Zamudo.
Roamer looking for anything in the mid lane, but a couple of seconds left until the next dragon actually comes through, and with Zamudo dead, no teleport, this should be a dragon going over to Team Liquid. Keel gonna walk over. He does it so quickly just by himself. And now Dragonsteel, one of the scariest possibilities in this game is actually the full Ocean Soul going over to Team Liquid, because they are already a team that is going to out-siege the crap out of you, and suddenly, when they heal every time they hit you with an ability, it just gets worse.
Game is going so fast. TLC, almost a 7k lead as UG looks for an angle on Kim Down. A very slippery recon. A good chance you're going to be able to lock him down as just as Zwani by yourself. Now Dragonsteel, the focus is going to be on the top side. Objective bounties are available, so there is some catch-up for Dragonsteel to make, as they have standing gold still on the table.
The problem is, where do they get their mustard? Because it doesn't look as though they have great tools. Yuji is unfortunately been doing his best Xmidi impressions with every single one of these ultimates that they have been missing. And now Kim Down also just... Huh?
Hit me with that mustard
It's true.
one. No, go on. I was just so blindsided by the mustard comment.
Zyko?
But Zyko comes in, will be able to get the stun onto Spawn.
Nice.
Spawn burns the splash to back out, but Deadly Flourish catches him. Current Call opened right up. King down falls. Spawn will follow his support down into the respawn. Keel's able to get one right back. 2-for-1 exchange thus far. Ultimate going to be burnt out.
Oh,
UG's in a bad way, trying to walk away, but the slow is too much, and Jenkins will grab another.
I mean, big credit to Kim Down. For every mistake that he was making in game 1, the plays that he's making in this game have really made up for it. Just seeing how effectively he was able to keep Spawn alive in that last fight really bought enough time for Keel to show up and turn that fight around. Now Jenkins.
Jenkins, what are you doing here, buddy? The wrong
wins.
house. At the wrong address right now. He's still going to fight this out. He's actually doing pretty well
Yeah,
with
I think
this.
he wins.
Oh, no. Don't tell me he gets a double kill, Jenkins. Why you got to do him like that?
Y'all thought Jenkins was just all on his own, just a little kid on this dragon, but he's already got the executes coming through, finds the 1v2 double kill into Spyrex and Zyko, and that's what happens when Roamer is just so strong in the mid lane and Spyrex is so weak. Jenkins able to take both of them down.
You couldn't stop good old Jenkins farming up on his plot. Get off my lawn, kids. Jenkins is here 6-1-2 at the current moment. Working on his third item. Baron is now spawning. And what a dominating lead coming out from Team Liquid. 20 minutes into this, we have a 7.3k in their favor. 2 Drakes to their name. Now the setup for them will be focused on this mid lane, will be focused on this top side.
It's so tough now for Dragonsteel to do anything because they've given over so much gold. They have lost so much map control. I mean, Yuji and Zyko still have some opportunities to be aggressive, but when Jenkins at 20 minutes has already gotten the upgrade where he starts getting those executes to come through, it's just too much damage from the Smolder.
And I mean, Smolder was slowed down just a little bit with some of the nerfs coming through, and this is faster than the first iteration we had of Smolder. Jenkins just off to the races, and he's not stopping because there's more kills to be had, and Roamer's cashing in.
And now, Spawn, the only person, they have to be very careful as the ultimate goes through, trying to check exactly where people are, maybe stop some backs, but it only gets a bit of damage onto Kim Down, and now Zyko's in trouble.
Yeah, Zyko, no escaping that. Not even going to try. Focusing in the bottom lane, Dragonsteel do find themselves an objective bounty cashed into Spyrax, but when TLC sees someone bot lane, they say, hey, Baron time. I'm going to start it up.
Yuji has an opportunity to try and steal, but Jenkins comes around, will spot him out. They will know exactly where Yuji is.
Yuji looking for the opportunity, wants to go over the wall. 1k health remains. He will go for the flash.
Oh,
Yuji
no.
steals it away. Another objective bounty to Dragonsteel. And TLC, they didn't take kindly to that, but they don't got a choice because Zamudo is taken down. Everyone he sees. Another kill picked up. Spyrax, that's the wrong way. There's the chase from Kim Down. And TLC, they're not gonna go without a fight. Another pickup from Psycho, able to use the Tempered Fate to put 2 into the stasis, and Dragonsteel, they will not go quietly into that good night. They're willing to rage and fight it out.
This is what we've been talking about. Team Liquid Challengers having so many problems closing out games. They were not able to take down Yuji as he jumps into the pit. He gets the smite, he gets the Baron.
No, Spawn! Spawn, turn around! No! No, there's dangers in those bushes, man! There's a man-bear pig, there's a bard who doesn't really make that much music. What are you doing? This game's over.
Oh man, that's brutal. We'll take another look at the gold graph here. It was 7,500, nearly 8,000 gold, and now that gold lead has been cut in half already. The Rally Cry Baron buff picked up by Dragonsteel puts them within spitting distance of actually taking control of this game. And all the rage splitting that Sparks was doing earlier actually got them a fair amount of money, but we'll take another look at this one. The arrow committed from Spawn to prevent the rest of the curtain call from coming out, but Yuji just allowed to walk on in, and the residual damage goes through. He's able to get the Baron low enough, and that just means that it is going to be going over towards Dragonsteel that catch multiple members. And honestly, this fight coming through from Team Liquid, really tough. They didn't know what to do. This is the problem.
Yeah.
You don't have any crowd control left.
Don't have any crowd control. You don't have a really solid front line. Kim Down still finds his way into it, but with how much Dragonsteel were able to pick up when they were already so far behind, this is an angle for them, man, and they're definitely doing their best to take this as a comeback. Taking the lead down to 3.3k in the favor of TLC.
Looking at the gold, though, across the board, you still see a lot of money in the big carries here for Team Liquid. Romer, Keel, and Jenkins topping off the charts. They're going to continue getting stronger, but suddenly it gives a lot of hope. And one of the big things that I want to continue seeing is Spyrex just chilling off in the side lane. He doesn't contribute a lot of damage to these fights, but he can farm his way back into relevancy if he's just allowed to hit these side lanes. But he was too cautious in game 1, and it looks like he's going to be too cautious in game 2.
Yeah, he's not hard committing just yet. He just regroups back with the team. Keep in mind, this is still around the time that Baron was taken, so nothing to really fight for, as Engage still going to go off nonetheless. Able to find True Shot Barrage on both Kill and Spawn. Now Kim down, looking to bail out, but there comes Mom. Jenkins looking for executes. Doesn't have the angle just yet, but there's Romer! Closes the curtains on Scary Jerry. Now Dragon still on the back foot. The slow goes on to Zamudo. He's able to still create some space, though. Dragon still get a retreat.
The Baron power play ended up being good because all that happened right as the Baron buff disappeared, but still, now it's Team Liquid Challengers. They don't need the Baron to start taking down these structures if there's no one around to defend them. Jace absolutely destroys all of these turrets, and they should be able to pick up this mid lane one. But Dragonsteel actually here in time to defend.
They'll be able to stop the push coming out for TLC, so not too much gold picked up immediately after that. I do want to take another moment to look at the gold graph. Actually, hold that for a second. Jenkins looks to go in now. A lot of this gold has been cut down quite a bit, right? It was somewhere in 7.7k. Dragonsteel, who are slowly turning this thing around. For them, though, a lot of their engages, man, it needs to be focused. It really needs to be concentrated. Because there's these high priority targets like Romer who are finding these flank angles onto your backline, like Jenkins, who's been scaling up like an absolute beast. Dragonsteel are still far from being out of the waters. They got a lot more they need to climb.
Yeah, very close to cresting the 300 stacks here for Jenkins, as he's a credible split push threat as well. Up 30 CS already over Zamudo, and you can see that the Phoenix form does a little bit of damage, but the problem is Team Liquid are here in force. They are so much faster to these plays. Spyrex is left in the bottom side to get some split pushing done, but they've already pushed so far that he's not going to be able to even get to the inhibitor turret on the bottom side. 2 minutes left until the next dragon, and to their credit, Dragonsteel did get another Ocean Dragon, but only a minute left until the Baron starts up. And while this composition doesn't do it quite as quick as we saw Dragonsteel do it last time, it still will absolutely kill these Baron buffs without a lot of time.
Oh, Zyko making the mistake that Spawn did earlier, gets caught out in his own jungle, and TLC picking up that kill. It's still one of the big engage tools taken off the map. Fortunately for Dragonsteel, Baron's not up. The Ocean Dragon is not up.
Yeah, nothing to actually take, so it is just going to be pushing out some of these waves, and Jenkins on the bottom side has to be a little careful.
Here we go, looking for the engage onto Jenkins. Jenkins able to get the sidestep. We'll put Mom down. Gets a lot of damage. The burst is returned. True Shot Barrage able to find the stun, but there's an enchanted crystal arrow from across the map. Spawn looking like Robin Hood out here. Lands it right on the money and saves Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, so close to Robin Hood, right? He takes from the poor and gives to the rich. Absolutely insane. Jenkins does not go down in that fight, and Romer's still so strong he can create pressure all by himself on the far side of the map. Only a couple of seconds left before this Baron will spawn, and Team Liquid Challengers looking to make sure they do not repeat the sins of the last time.
Gotta be careful right there. I thought they were gonna go for the engage on Spawn. They actually do find an angle for a Kim down, body blocking. Spawn's not going to be engaged on just yet. Instead, it's Yuji who's taking the damage. Zamudo waiting on the flank. Romer's keeping a close eye on him. Might look to churn the engage onto him. Team Liquid Honda Challengers slowly backing back away from Dragonsteel.
Yeah, Yuji just gets to Mog on everyone with that item complete, and now Team Liquid, they're going to be pushing very aggressively. They still have the teleport from Jenkins as he is going to be pushing off in the side lane. Team Liquid don't need to do anything right now. They just need to make sure Dragonsteel isn't doing anything because of how aggressively Jenkins can push.
Kill walks into the brush, realizes there's a man bear big right there, and Zamudo looks to tear him apart. The burn will finish him off. Now Zamudo needs to find from safety of his own. The blast plant separates him. Chad Crystal Arrow lands, but already 1 kill's picked up. It's another one follow through. 3 fallen for TLC. Dragon still have an angle on the Baron.
It's a different mistake, but a devastating one yet again coming up for Team Liquid around these Barons. Multiple members going down. Roamer, Keel, and Kim down all lose their lives. And another Rally Cry Baron buff going over towards Dragonsteel. Spyrex also finally on the board, picking up a couple of these kills. We were saying Team Liquid, they didn't need to do anything. They just needed to not let Dragonsteel get a fight off, and Keel face checking his way into Zamudo gets absolutely blasted.
It's the way that Dragonsteel have moved around the map to work around the vision that TLC have put up and use that Fog of War. This is the second bait bush they've done. The first one was trapped on spawn. This one was on Keel. And now look at that gold, Josh.
It's going once again in favor of Dragonsteel. This is the resiliency that we are seeing coming out from this roster. And Team Liquid, it was looking so good for them. They were at everything they needed. They were setting up. They still have to be said to be the favorites of this game. But the confidence just getting shattered as now Zamudo looking for Jenkins.
Yeah, this is still a tough one for Zamudo because it's been scaling up quite a bit for Jenkins. Jenkins looking to return the fire, but Zamudo's in the face of Jenkins, and the baby dragon is down. TLC, look at that lead. It's only 2K now. Dragonsteel are fighting back tooth and nail to make this a 2-0.
Dragonsteel do not want to see a third game. They do not want to let Team Liquid live this one down. You know that everybody in the coaching staff of Team Liquid is going to be looking back over this game, win or lose, to try and turn things around. But now Scary Jerry and Spyrex, both these 80 carries are coming. They are not contested by Kim Down.
What's Kim Down going to do? Absolutely, Jack. There's not a thing he can do as he just watches his tower go down. Look at the gold. After all that, what was a 7K, almost 8K lead, Dragonsteel have evened it up.
Jenkins still dead for a couple seconds more.
Oh, man.
Yuji over the wall.
Oh, man. Here comes Yuji. They find the engage. Out comes the curtain call. Over the wall comes Psycho, finds the stun. Spyrex looking to get the poke in. Roamer goes in, brings down the hammer, but he's in the middle of 4 of Dragonsteel. TLC have to start to back up. Yuji already used his ultimate. And like that, TLC defend.
And once again, Spawn just kept alive because of great positioning coming out from his team, making sure there is not additional damage going down. But now, Dragonsteel going to be sieging up against the base.
Here comes Mom. Not going to really land onto anyone. It's just for the wave clear more than anything else. Jenkins trying to stop this siege from Dragonsteel. Or continuing with their Baron buff, still have a Baron empowered play working in their favor. Zamudo working this bot lane. Now Spyrex heading over towards the top side where another wave is looking to crash.
Dragonsteel, they only have 15 seconds left, but still a very positive Rally Cry Baron buff power play. At the same time, man, Jenkins, he's getting close to 400 stacks. One of the things, yet again, that we got to talk about, Niles was having some very strong words about Jenkins. Look at all the things he does where he has unfortunately single-handedly lost his team the game previously, but it feels so hard for that to repeat itself now on this Smolder. Just needs to play relatively safe. You have so much extra attack and nearly 7% max health true damage every single time he hits someone with a Q.
The thing you're always going to watch out for, there's no Guardian Angel on Jenkins. He is very vulnerable. He still is just this baby dragon, super squishy. If he gets caught by some of this crowd control, he can go down in the blink of an eye. And to me, if TLC lose Jenkins in any of these fights, I think it's just over right then and there.
We'll see how it ends up working out. We have another minute
Psycho.
until Ocean Soul.
Looking for the engage right now. They want to find Roamer. Roamer's able to pull them off immediately.
Zamudo.
Here comes Zamudo, though. Jenkins is in the fight. You gotta keep a close eye on Jenkins. Already kill has fallen. Zamudo charges forward, unable to get Roamer, but Kim Down will be sacrificed. There's only 3 members of TLC, and all 5 are ready to march into the base with the wave in the top lane.
Zamudo trying to stop anybody from actually backing away. He does see Spawn, but he gets jumped on. He dies.
He'll give his life
Jenkins
for it.
and Roamer lost so much time.
Yeah, this will even things out quite a bit right now to at least not make this a game-ending push, but Dragonsteel will get inhibitors off of it. Spyrex and Yuji claim 1 in the top.
But you can't stick around for too long. You do not want to give Team Liquid time to respawn, time to regroup. There is another dragon spawning in 30 seconds. That would be the Ocean Soul going over towards Team Liquid if they can get there. And so, Dragonsteel, they're not trying to play for the dragon. They're trying to force their opponents towards the top half of the map because they can still look to end the game. But they're backing away, so late, this might as well be giving over the dragon.
Yeah, this is a weird time to take a reset, but we do have a pause coming in, and man, pauses at times like these when it's so stressful, Josh, like, why do we gotta have... Oh, never mind, we're back. Short. We're back, I take it back. Okay, I inhaled my scream, now we're back to the fight.
Jesus Christ, that was horrifying. I hope I never have to hear that one again, but Dragonsteel, they are now coming through. The teleport is here from Zamudo. Remember, the ability for Team Liquid to just play around this Udyr is ridiculous. They have so much extra range to play around, and Dragonsteel, they're hitting the dragon.
Alright, gotta be careful. Don't want to get caught out by Kimdown. Kimdown is still the big engage for this squad. Mudo looking to set up on the flank. Could the tension be any higher, man? Yuji over the wall. It's only Kimdown he's got an opportunity to engage on, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. 5k health remains on the dragon. Out comes the Tempered Fate. They're looking for an angle. It gets secured. Dragon's still able to grab it, but it's going to cost them Zamudo. Jenkins gets the first. And now looking for a second one. Yuji wants to bail out. But TLC, they can't find any more on the back half. They were too low to continue the fight. Still securing the dragon.
They get the dragon, which stalls out the game. Spyrax looking for Kimdown, but not able to stop him from mogging.
Super minions in the top lane.
True, you don't need to stop them from doing anything. You just need to stop them from getting back to base. Roamer will be backing away, but it might still be a whole turret that goes down.
And this is at a time when Baron's up, so this is forcing TLC's hand, able to get the stun onto kill, but Yuji is the one who has more members of TLC around him. Look at Jenkins, he might be out of position, doesn't get over the wall with the Arctic Assault. It's going to be Yuji. Yuji instead gets caught up, and he's looking for the executes. Jenkins goes onto Yuji, won't get the kill just yet, but another pick is found as Spyrax shifts over the wall, looking for Jenkins, looking for kill. Shock Blast lands onto nothing. A close fight in the jungle of TLC. They have to retreat, but they're leaving over in the Baron.
The Baron just here. Yuji just has the Warbucks. He is totally okay to stick around. And there's teleports here for Team Liquid. They don't have anywhere to teleport to. That's going to be another Baron buff. The third one of the game going over to Dragonsteel. They have a gold lead for the first time this game. And that means that they can start setting things up. The resiliency of this team. Team Liquid not able to close things out. And Dragonsteel finding fight after fight.
They have been taking the fight to TLC. They've been showing why they're the #1 team in our league. Back in spring, they kicked TLC out of playoffs to go to the finals. Now Dragonsteel looking to take over the whole damn league, man, as they claim 2 inhibitors.
The inhibitors go down, but Dragonsteel, they're going to have to come back. They do not want to let this game go for forever. Jenkins, 440 stacks here on the Smolder, and now he's got a Quicksilver Sash as well to get out of some of the crowd control coming out from Zyko and Yuji. But 36 minutes into the game. At least this one is long, but at least it's way more exciting than the last one.
No kidding. A very intense comeback situated here for Dragonsteel at the current moment. Again, they were able to get through a lot of that early pressure that was being applied by TLC.
You know what's crazy?
What?
Oh, wrong one. This one.
Show me the other one. Hi, Spyrax.
He started this game 0-7.
That's all the time he spent in the side lane just grabbing those towers, man. I mean, that's objective gold for you.
And the shutdown's coming through as well, as now Dragonsteel sieging away. There's a lot of wave clear to get through, but you just need to hold Team Liquid here so they can't deal with the supers coming in other ways.
They're going to be down to Nexus Towers. Zamudo's leading the wave right in. TLC are peeling back to try and deal with it, but if they leave that, they expose another inhibitor to Dragonsteel.
And now Dragonsteel, Spyrax, he's so safe on this Ezreal, has the Bloodthirster, so he can take a little bit of poke. Oh my gosh, there's a
Engage is going to be found on Spawn! Spawn's dead in the blink of an eye, but one is returned.
Watch
Spyrax
Jenkins.
lost. Watch for Jenkins. Can he find the executes to save TLC from going down in this game? Inhibitor under attack. Nexus tower under attack. Jenkins is being pulled thin. So are TLC. Kim down looking for an angle to get in engaged to bring this right back for TLC. Zamudo's running low. Inhibitor critically low as well. Here comes the teleport from the back end. Roamer's looking to jump in. Last chance. Last stand. Can TLC do it? Here comes Roamer. Engages on Yuji. Zamudo's down. 4 versus 3. Scary Jerry walks up. He's ready to open up the curtains. Doesn't have his ultimate, but he's got the 4th shot to put right into Kim down. The bouncing grenades going towards kill. Still more poke found by TLC, but Yuji gets the counter engage. Kim down falls. Jenkins falls. Team Liquid Honda Challengers will fall. All hail the kings in the north. Dragon Steel.
Wow, Dragon Steel just so clutch. They're constantly manufacturing these good fights, and like you said, these guys are the undisputed kings right now here in Challengers League. They've taken all comers. They were down nearly 8,000 gold in that game, and they still managed to come back.
FlyQuest couldn't stop them. Last year's champions, TLC, looking better after Spring Split couldn't stop them. What can stop Dragon Steel? Even with that almost 8K lead, they come back, Josh. We got a replay of that, the closing moments of this.
It's such an extended fight to come out as well in this last moment, but crucially, Spyrex trades his life here for Spawn, and that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of buttons traded both sides. Roamer not able to cleanly get his way out of this one, and this just allows so many minions to start piling their way in. And Scary Jerry, I mean, as much as I generally don't like the gym pick, when he gets this late into the game, it takes 2, maybe 3 auto attacks to kill every single member on the other side. And then Roamer coming from the backside, I was a little bit worried, but watch the splash from Scary Jerry. As soon as the To the Skies goes through, Jerry takes absolutely none of it.
Instantly flashes out of it. And again, to have the mental to get through the deficit that they were at, I think again speaks a lot to the camaraderie of Dragonsteel, of who Maryville really are. This program has worked so hard towards that to make sure that these players are not going to be toxic towards each other, and they're going to develop in the places that they need to. I think Niles, Clerky, and everyone over at Maryville are doing a fantastic job because, man, it doesn't get much better than being undefeated on the season.
Really good stuff coming out from Maryville Dragonsteel. It has been a fantastic series from them. The first one, a little bit slow. Second one, action-packed. And it was forced to be that way because of how much of a deficit they found themselves in relatively early on. Every single skirmish going wrong for Dragonsteel, and they were still able to pull it out anyway because they just are so good at playing around this Baron buff. They're so good at actually preventing teams from taking it away from them. They were able to take so many of them in the first game, and then in the second game, they get 3 more.
And it's so damn hard to put this team down. What was the series? The series score, of course, was 6-0, but what was the game score? I think we're at like only 2 losses so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, this team, the consistency we're seeing out of them is absolutely immaculate. And, you know, hats off to Dragonsteel. It was a fantastic performance. It feels good taking down an LCS affiliate. Feels good still claiming that top of the ladder. And, of course, it's a money match, baby. So cashing in also going to feel great. We're going to take a moment to throw it over to short break. I will be done. You will have Josh on the other side giving an interview. And then we'll have Mazel immediately after that. So everyone take care and be right back with an interview.
Bye, Ewick. Welcome back to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm still Joshi, and I'm joined right now by Spyrax, the victorious mid laner of Dragonsteel, after the longest 2 games I think we've had in Challengers League this entire time. But Spyrax, you were saying at the beginning that Team Liquid feels good, but they just don't have that, you know, little bit extra that is necessary to actually close out these games. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the time they're like in the driver's seat up to a certain point in the mid game, and then they just like they kind of wait to give like the enemy team like an opportunity to win the game, and then they just like they never like just pull the trigger on anything. Like they just wait, like they install the games.
Yeah, that first game in particular was a very long and slow game, but it definitely felt as though you guys had a little bit more chutzpah necessary to actually go pick up the Baron and use the Requiem to find themselves some inhibitors. However, Game 2, Spyrax, we gotta say, it did not start off particularly well for you. How do you come back when I think you started the game like 0-7?
Yeah, I mean, I was planning on ruining my KD at that point. Like I literally said mid-game, game is over. Like let's just fucking go next. But it's TLC, so it's always winnable, I guess. My coach was right. He said that, and it happened. Props to him.
Yeah. I don't know if you knew this, but at one point you were actually the highest gold income on the entire game after not having a whole lot of game at the very beginning. But the other thing I kind of want to talk about, Spyrax, is as we look towards the rest of the season, you guys have what is on paper potentially a bit of a tougher end to the season. You just took down Team Liquid Challengers, but you still have Fear, X Starforge, and Disguised left to play, as well as AoE. Are there any of these opponents you're particularly looking forward to?
It's just, I think the only team we could realistically lose to is Fear. I think we should win like pretty single-handedly against the other teams, but Fear is pretty decent.
Fair enough. Is there anyone else like in this entire league? Because at this point, you were able to take down FlyQuest really convincingly earlier on in week 1, and then you've taken down pretty much everyone else equally as convincingly. Is there anyone that can even put a stop to you guys come playoffs?
Okay, I wouldn't say we beat FlyQuest pretty like convincingly, and a lot of our series are just like, I mean, yeah, but like if you look into the games, like they're really close, and you could say the same for like many of our series. So as like we're 6-0 right now, but it kind of doesn't feel like it, honestly. And like a lot of these games could have went like the other way, you know. So we're like number 1, but we suck as well.
Totally fair. We'll see how it ends up come playoffs. Now, you did discover that this was a money match, and your team did win $1,250 off of that. Do you guys have any plans of what you're going to spend that on?
I mean, I forgot about it while we were playing. I do care to a certain extent, but I mean, we're probably just going to go out to eat and like just spend time together for the day off.
That's awesome. I mean, you guys have been known as one of the tightest squads on the Rift, but before I let you go here, Spyrax, are there any shoutouts you'd like to give?
Just shout out to the team, family, everyone I know. Shout out to TLC as well for helping us secure the first spot.
There you have it. Spyrax coming through, even doing the trash talk, even after the game is over. That's what we love to see. But with that, we're going to go ahead and throw to a short break. When we get back, we will have an opportunity to see the last game of the day. It's Supernova taking on Blue Otter, and I will be joined by Mazel. We'll see you right after this. I'm going to go ahead and let you pick the first category that we're going to be choosing.
I'm going to do Google Translate 200.
They need inner balance so they don't bury their heart in others, but they also need outer balance.
Kindred.
Kindred, it seems like a good guess, but it is not the right answer. Nobody's going to get this first one, guys. Obviously, this was Udyr the Spirit Walker. Who would number 6 from Battlestar Galactica main in League of Legends?
You guys know what Battlestar Galactica is?
No, not at all. Misfortune.
That's a good guess, but not who I think she would actually made. Well, guys, the answer to this one was Vi in Roman numerals.
I couldn't get this game now.
Yeah.
I'm a brain busters for 500.
Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, but where does he please?
Your mom's house.
Good answer, good answer.
So if he goes where he pleases where he goes.
I accidentally went a little bit earlier, but Shochi, you still got it correctly. Quacker's gonna get half points, but Shochi, you're gonna get full points for that one. They travel the world in search of different animals, especially big-eyed kayaks.
It's Rise.
Rise, it's not Rise. It's Rengar. So at some point, they translated Kazakhs to kayak. What champion is this emoji?
I mean, I was thinking who has like 4 different guns. Jinx.
Yeah, let's go! It's Jinx! Quacker, that's another 500 points, up to 750. Quacker, what sea?
Bilgewater Sea.
It's not Bilgewater Sea, but you're getting in the head. It's actually an eye.
Oh my god.
I? Does anyone know what this symbol is?
It's the Fleur de Lis.
Okay.
I don't know, Jarvan.
It is not Jarvan. So it's Lis and Ra.
Wow.
Be careful not to fall again.
I'm gonna go Riven.
Riven,
Like
it's not Riven, but I see where you get that. I see where you get that. Nasus, the Curity of the Sands. You're actually really close there.
We're not meant to be a team, but I think it's time we form like some sort of alliance.
What does Africa want in League?
Niles. The player Niles.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for that one, Shochi, because it is funny. Africa wants Morgana. All right, Shochi, who would Mordekaiser main in League? I don't know why the R is cut off, but it just goes to show this is the worst League game show ever.
Thinking between Viego or Pantheon.
I'll tell you, both of those are wrong. It is, in fact, Hui.
Oh my god, Mordekaiser's numero uno!
Numero uno and Priscilla Hui. Quacker, if Fiddlesticks and Gangplanks, who would?
Maokai?
It is! It's Maokai! Who would Mozart main?
Okay, I'm gonna say Sona.
It is not Sona. That seems a little obvious.
Think of the word Wolfgang? Warwick.
That's it! it's Warwick! Because he's part of the Wolf Gang! Let's go! Philip, you're on the board. Who would a Wiimote main in League of Legends?
Wii Sports, tennis, Trundle.
It is not Trundle. The answer, guys, is Rumble. Shochi, what champion is this?
Scorpion's the one where he's like, get over here! So get over here and give me a kiss, that's like Blitzcrank.
I'm gonna give you 100 points, but that is not the correct answer because scorpions are part of the arachnid class. No. Okay.
Oh no! Can I have them?
Yeah,
You know, we'll give this one to Philip.
Simple question is 500.
Philip, you?
Give me.
No. The answer to this one is nah. Me.
Okay, Google Translate 500.
To carry out the orders of the powerful industrial empire that has enslaved them.
Rally cry?
Is Aurelian Soul, the Star Forger.
Oh.
He was enslaved by Targon. Quacker, what champion is this?
I'll go Gwen.
I think Gwen's a doll, but it's not Gwen, kid.
Is it Aurelian Soul? No.
It's not we just did Aurelian Soul. It's Camille, because Kamael is the archangel of strength, courage, and passion, and her legs are swords.
I don't like these emojis.
It's Kennen, because it's Ken, and there are none aches in the best. Who would Leon from a Resident Evil main?
Hey, Leon sounds like Leona, but that's way too obvious.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah. Who would main RE? Ash is the Flash. Which Scarlet Witch? Who's Green Lantern?
Thresh.
That's it!
That's so easy!
Alright, Shochi, what's more than a bajillion?
A zillion.
There you go! He's locking in! I need you all to DM me first the number of points you'd like to wager. Everybody's all in. When the question was controller champion, what was your answer?
But like controller is like fighting games kind of. So I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And the last
And unfortunately, gamers, because you all gambled everything, we all end with a perfect tie at 0-0 and 0. Any advice that you would like to give to future contestants on the worst League game show ever?
Stay far away from this cursed game show.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. Yes, I am not Deserex. I am Zell. I have replaced. I know, mind blowing. Thank you for Deserex for coming in for the first 2 series. But here I am, and Joshi, we have a little bit of a money match with maybe an extra spite behind it here today.
Yeah, the social media between these two teams has been fire to watch recently, and I cannot wait to see how all of the trash talk will go after the series is done. Because remember, kids, the rule is if you trash talk before the series, you're allowed to keep trash talking after.
I guess so, and there's some hidden rule of not trash talking after the series is done.
Nah, you just look salty at that point.
Now, we have had two zeros already on the day, so I'm hoping we get a little bit more given in the tank here and go all 3, but I do want to take a look at the standings before we get too far into it here, and also a little bit more domination from Dragonsteel, I guess, is on the cards, Joshi.
6-0, potentially looking at an undefeated regular season. It's been a long time since we've had anything even coming close to that, but this time around, Dragonsteel looked to be the real deal. However, we're casting our eyes towards the lower half of the standings, where Supernova and Blue Otter are going to be trying to make sure that, one, they stay as far away from that 9th place spot as possible, and also to get the best seed that they can. You don't want to be the team that has to play up against Dragonsteel in round 1.
And yeah, I don't think there's any world that you want that to be the case. I also want to take a look at the schedule here, because every team has 2 opportunities to earn $1,250 for their team. And here are our money matches on the day. We've already seen it go a little bit one-sided each way, and now Supernova and Blue Otter go at it.
And I cannot wait to see this one. I mean, especially with all the talk about Supernova's trust fund, I feel like Blue Otter really needs the money at this point, so we'll see how well they're able to play for it as we start looking at some of our rosters, starting off with the Supernova boys. This is a team that definitely thinks of themselves as one of the teams that could potentially challenge for the top 2 to not only potentially unseat Dragonsteel and FlyQuest, but also to potentially find their way towards events beyond playoffs.
Yeah, I think there's maybe a couple camps of expectations for this team. You see a lot of no names, but also maybe some up-and-comers as well. And you wonder how it kind of comes together. And I think there has been some really rough series. But when they are functioning together, when Faisal is able to have some really big comfort clutches up in topside, but Kenvi is feeling himself, this team can take down the best of them. And yes, they are only at 2-2 right now, but going into the second half of the splits is an important marker to go to that positive spree. And I think Kenvi's going to have a lot to say. I think Toasty is going to have a lot to say tonight, because we look over on the other side against them will be Blue Otter. Yes, all the trash talk abounds, but it really is going to be settled on the Rift. And these guys, music first and foremost, talking a lot of smack coming into this one as well. But Samikin's going to have a lot to prove against a player that he knows well and that we got to see kind of come up at the same time over this last offseason and into this year.
There's going to be a lot to prove here for Blue Otter, for music in particular, because Kenvi has been a player that has consistently showcased some of the best mechanics that we have here in the Challengers League for several years at this point. And of course, Blue Otter is a team that has struggled to potentially find their way into some wins. They've had a lot of split series so far. They're able to get games off of Dragonsteel, but they also dropped one to AoE, so it really feels like there might be some counter logic going on across this team. But now they really have to pick it up, because, I mean, could you imagine what will happen to their social media manager if they lose?
I think there's going to be a lot on the line in that regard today. See which team can perform the best, but it looks like we are going to be ready for draft number 1 of this best of 3. Now, I expect there to be a lot of priority given around jungle resources here early, especially in terms of what we're going to be looking at it from AP jungle perspectives. Supernova will be on the blue side for this first game, while Blue Otter will be on the red side, and it's immediately the Samik and Zoe taken off the table.
Not a lot of surprise there. It has been one of the best champions that Samikin has had, and it's part of why we don't get to see it very often in Challengers Leagues, because everyone is like, yeah, that guy's pretty good at this champ. However, we have been seeing a lot of refusing to handshake the Tristana Corki in Game 1, and Blue Otter definitely going to be playing alongside that as well. But It's going to be a lot of bans they're going to be losing. The Rumble, the Ezreal, Leona, also still just hovering right beneath the surface. And you have to be careful about what you're going to be willing to give over to your opponents, because you can't ban all of them yourself.
Yeah, that's the most difficult part. And instead of all that priority and the bans being given over the jungle, it's all about the AD carries and Corki added in there as well, as Ashe and Tristana is in there. But the double marksman comps have been so potent and so often chosen. It feels like in both these teams, definitely opting into that. And I think that's something I really appreciate from both these squads, is the flexibility in the meta they've been willing to do. Yes, we are in full Fearless. It's a lot more difficult to go with the same champions all the time, but we definitely see comfort being king for a lot of these guys. And the final bans, it's the Udyr and the Rumble.
Yeah, Udyr, I'm not super thrilled about this champion. Don't think it's that useful, but Zamudo did have a great game on it. The Zyra going to be the first pick coming out from Supernova, and I think this should be a very natural opportunity to just grab Ezreal and Leona right here for Blue Water. We know that both these champions are absolutely ridiculous, and there are not a lot of lanes that can contest it in the bottom side of the map, but Blue Water seem to have some different ideas, as they might be fighting plant with plant.
Is going to be the Ezreal first and foremost. We'll see what the double lock-in is going to be, but we already get a very prominent figure in the meta right now in the Zyra, and kind of shifting tempo in the jungle a lot of times around those objectives. So maybe a bit of an answer to that, or trying to focus away from that for Blue Water is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you definitely need to be very careful about how you play around the Zyra. One of the things that we have seen some of the LPL teams do, Mazel, is they have been so good at just preventing the bottom lane opponents from doing anything, because especially if you're on blue side, you just live down there. You're just like, oh, well, what if you just didn't get to play? And now Supernova not going to be making the same mistake that Blue Water did. They are going to be picking up the Leona right away, pairing it with a Lucian, although of course the Lucian can go in the mid lane as well. And suddenly Blue Water are going to have to try and find themselves something to match this Leona. None of the engaged supports have been able to do it so far, and Leona just bullies all of them out.
I do like the Relf. You can get some good combinations with it. I do still also really like the flexibility of the Ezreal in this draft right now for Blue Water. I think we've seen Lucian more likely go to mid lane to try to upset some of those mid lane matchups as well, and especially with the AP jungle. But now we're in the second phase. We have to see what the top lane bans are going to look like, I'm sure, as we get into it now.
Yeah, with Quacker and Faisal, Quacker definitely is better known for just having Quacker champions, right? Like, you'll play the Darius, you'll play, you know, the Olaf all the time, and he even hovers it every single time he has an opportunity to, just a reminder, like, hey, I still have this champion available. However, a lot of the Quacker champions are not necessarily the things that you're going to want to be playing into a Zyra. It's just really hard to get in. There's so much space control that Zyra does have, and outside of the Olaf, who kind of ignores a lot of that, it is really tough for a lot of those champions to get in on top of Supernova. So I'm expecting something different to be coming out of Quacker.
Keep going to bot lane for Blue Water. They take away the Jhin and the Misfortune. It will end up being one top lane ban in the Olaf, but it's also that Hui banned away, which maybe try to take away some of the Lucian matchups there as well. It's the Zeri immediately locked in here for the second phase of Blue Water.
This is interesting, as I think we've seen from Zeus in particular that the Zeri is playable in more than one position. However, it is almost definitely going to be an Ezreal going into the mid lane. It does ask some questions about whether or not anybody would be willing to play Cassante into the top side, but with this Jinx picked up as well, says that Tosi will be playing this Lucian in the mid lane, and there it is. The Cassante comes through. Faisal not worried about it. So if Quacker actually has us in the pool, it would be a very powerful pick for Blue Water.
Could be. I do worry a little bit about maybe safety in the fights as well, but it will be the Gwen as the answer right now for Quacker, and I actually really like that. And you have a bit of an insurance policy now with a lot of scaling on the side of Blue Water.
And some much needed magic damage as well. Zeri does a little bit, but Ivern just does so little damage that you still need some magic damage to chew through the heavy tanks on Supernova. And Cassante and Leona, I mean, they were free to build up armor previously, but the good lane for Quacker and the good scaling for Blue Water does give them some real opportunities in this game. The big emphasis is going to be on Kenby to build those advantages for Supernova and showcase why it is worth being first picked.
It's all about the jungle matchup here. It feels like the engine that runs these two teams, if they aren't having success, if they aren't able to use maybe a little bit of priority from their solo lanes to find success in their own right in jungle invades and things like that, we do see sometimes it does not go correct for these two squads. So I very much want to see teams playing around both Kenvi and Music, maybe Music more so playing around his team, and especially trying to opt into the strategies you have here. A lot of objective presence by Supernova and a lot of team fight presence by Blue Otter. We're into game 1 of this money match with a little bit of hate behind it from social media love. And Supernova versus Blue Otter. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people already going for Blue Otter here in chat. We'll see if the Supernova fans are going to show up at all, or if it's the, you know, the likes being bought coming through for Blue Otter. It is definitely a big opportunity here for Supernova. I mean, I gotta do it. It's their fault.
You see what you've done. You see what you've done to our poor Joshi.
I love it, man. I just, I think it's such an odd beef, but I'm absolutely here for it. But the big thing is, oh, go ahead.
I just love to see the interactions on social media. I love to see the community kind of feel alive. Yes, it might be a little bit spiteful there in some regards, but it's just nice to see the community kind of having interactions and stuff like that. And see, look, things have evened out a little bit more.
Yeah. Protect the ward. Diamond, he loses the trinket, but they're not able to remove the ward, so that won't be there. It's all over. I mean, I really like this overall coming from Blue Otter, just to defend the ward when they contribute whenever they put these wards down, make sure that they actually stick around, and Diamond not able to freely just take that one off the board. But Iron starting on the bottom side, Zyra starting on the top side, does mean that they're likely to be on opposite sides of the map. And unfortunately here, Mazel, one of the characters that is going to really struggle if Zyra comes around is actually this Rel. It is one of the toughest matchups to really play through on the bottom side of the map, just because Zyra just hits you, and it is so tough for a Rovex to ever get in.
And we can get a little bit of pressure with that level 2 onto Toasty in mid lane there. But I do want to point out, though, Music will be wrapping back around towards bot side with the kind of clear that Ivern can do. We're setting up the bot lane camps. We'll see if he actually wants to be active, though, because Ivern definitely wants to get a couple levels in him. But Kenvi is also kind of perfectly fine letting himself a hard clear here. So a little bit of pressure from Lens and Diamond in bot side. Going to be pushed on here by Levitate and Rovex.
Yeah, it should be relatively easy because nobody actually went to interrupt Kenvi's clear. He is a little on the slow end, right? This is something that has been interesting to see, is even as people don't necessarily optimize their clears on the Zyra, it doesn't really matter a lot of the time. Like, your character is just that strong. The first clear is a little bit tough to get through, and it depends a little bit on RNG, on where the plants actually spawn. With all that said, Diamond coming towards the mid lane. They got so much push.
Oh, it means so much to Sammy Canada. Blue Otter, first blood and an execute. Sammy gives the thumbs up there, and he gets the better of Toasty.
Feels like Toasty is the one looking like a bot this time around. Not able to find anything there, and just a very straightforward kill coming through from Sammy. The Ezreal pick already coming up big, and Blue Otter coming out to a pretty large early advantage. And because of the back from Lens, because of the roam from Diamond, not able to find anything further. Kenvi does end up getting a crab here. That's just a small consolation prize for the mid lane going down.
And I love it. These guys, pretty wholesome in some regards, but very competitive in their own right. And now Samikin going to get engaged on by Diamond. Toasty able to take him out now, and Diamond presenting the better hand here in mid lane to get revenge.
Yeah, just going right on back, knowing that Samikin did use the flash aggressively in the last play, and this one means a little bit more than the first blood because Samikin now has to walk back to lane, whereas both of them were able to teleport the first time around. So there is a bit more lane control coming out from Toasty.
A little bit of movement from Kenvi on this top side will be spotted out by the nice deep warding by Blue Otter. He actually wants to path up here. Quacker should know. There's somebody hovering around him there. But I love that we're getting kind of all the attention towards mid lane because, again, we kind of talked about it in the draft, but a little bit more to go in deep here. Toasty and Sammy Kid obviously know each other very well before coming up to Tier 2, but it was really cool to see them coming up in the Combines in the offseason. And when they talk about each other, they talk about each other in good light. Very, very heavy competitors, but in their own right starting a rivalry.
Yeah. I have to be very careful here. He's low on mana, but I like what you're talking about because Toasty and Samikin, we got to see them play up against each other all the time, like you said, in so many of these combines as two of the rising stars that we have in the mid lane here in the North American Challengers League. And both of them I have high hopes for. I know that there were teams looking at potentially offering Toasty an LCS spot just because of how much he had improved over the past several splits before he had an opportunity. But now playing in Challengers League is looking to have more opportunities to strut his stuff. And unfortunately, Samikin seems to be getting the better of him so far.
Yeah, so far, at least in that regard. A little bit of help from Diamond goes a long way. But that's also where you can look at these two supports, and they will have a lot of impact once they get on the map, because that's why we've seen such a big rise in the engaged supports. The influence you can have with the jungle, who we already said is so important in this series as a whole. And we do have a game pause. Obviously, we'll be getting back to it very soon. But do you have any other spicy takes from the beef that we've had so far on social media that we can go over while we have time?
I mean, buying likes is pretty funny. Just seeing that Supernova and all of the like, you have a certain number of views, all of what it got edited. It's like, guys, I don't. what is going on? Like, it's not that serious, bros. But it is absolutely super entertaining seeing that it's mostly the social media managers going at it, and a lot of the players like haven't really been getting into it as much. It's mostly just been when we make them talk crap about each other. We did get to hear some strong words from
music. Went
Diamond
off,
was
man.
like, yeah, Diamond was just like, who? I don't even know who their players are.
It was so funny recording with Zamudo for Dragonsteel because he was like, do I really have to do this? And I love that they included the him like breaking out laughing when he's doing the holding up his fist thing, because it was one of the funniest, most wholesome experiences. But there ain't no wholesomeness here. This is a money match. $1,250 on the line. I think that's what brings a little bit more importance into this besides all that fun stuff behind it.
Yeah, it has been a fascinating journey to watch between these two teams, and the big thing that I want to see is how these two teams will evolve going towards the end, because I know Supernova, like they said, or like I said, they are convinced that they are one of the teams that could potentially win this whole thing, and seeing Supernova coordinated is very good. But when I was talking to Diamond, one of the things that he was saying is that he hates being on teams that are not trying to just drive the tempo over and over again. He always likes being the one to create opportunities for the team, try and make plays, simply because as long as you are the one dictating what plays are happening, it's on you to actually make them work. You don't have to sit there and wait and hope your opponents mess up.
And I think in the developmental league, you know, we can take advantage of a lot of those moments, and we do see a lot of growth, at least especially from, I feel like, Supernova, who has had a little bit of a rough time in the early parts of this split, but I think they've really been able to turn it on, especially in their last series. Take a dominant victory over FearX Starforge, which was very, very nice to see from them, from a team that has a lot of experience on it.
Yeah, and it is important to find all of these wins because it is such a short season every single time between these two teams, and you don't get another chance to play it. You just get the one chance to actually come through. And one of the things that I'm really looking for from Blue Otter is a lot of people had Blue Otter fairly low on their power rankings at the beginning of the split, and I feel as though Blue Otter have done a little bit better than I think a lot of people were expecting. Their only win so far has been against AoE, which was like right at the beginning of the split in week 2. But they still have a couple other teams that they could potentially look to take games off of, and I think this is one of the most important series for them if they're going to be trying to climb the ranks.
Now, I do have a little bit more information. Seems like it's going to be a bit of an extended pause here. So we're going to give everybody a refresher on all that smack talk we were hearing from these teams. So we're going to go ahead and check out that video we made about it.
Money Match Week 1 is done. That's right, Week 1. We got another one coming. With the final week of Money Matches here, it's time to talk trash before we make heads bash in our Money Match face-off. We got 5 matches on the card, including a slugfest between two titans. The first collegiate team and current Kings of Summer, undefeated in series, Dragonsteel. And the powerhouse is the developmental, finishing 3rd in spring, running it back with eyes set to reclaim the crown, Team Liquid Honda Challengers. Both teams want to run this league. Both teams are hungry for glory. Let's check in to see how ready our players are.
I think Maryville can't win without MVP Niles and the addition of Zamudo. Sorry, Zamudo.
I mean, I don't know if you should be talking, Keel. I mean, you guys are just known to be chokers on stage.
The only way they win is with their ping advantage, and with the money match on the line, it's too much pressure for Zamudo to handle.
You know, I'm sorry, Keel, but they actually don't even stand a chance now that I'm playing Renekton.
Hey, but that's the old guard. How about some new blood? They've been fighting on socials all week, so let's take it to the Rift, boys. This team has scratched and clawed games off of our top teams, Blue Otter. Their opponent, a team that took an upset win off a top 3 squad, and say it's not an upset. They deserve to be higher. They are Supernova. We got word that things are looking fierce between the players. Let's check it and see how things are going.
I don't even know the players, honestly. That was mean enough.
Your team has so much money, but they have zero skill. You have zero social media presence, zero branding, zero marketing. You're just wasting your money for fun. It's ridiculous.
They have like less followers than like people that randomly post on Twitter, like 500 followers. Their posts don't even pop out on my so I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird to me.
You're washed up, you're old and unmotivated. I think it's time to move on to a new chapter in life. Kenvi as well. He was in the LCS. I'm here to prove why he belongs in the NACL.
Big words, big matches, big money, no holds barred. Don't miss the final week of NACL money matches.
Hope you like that little refresher, getting into at least a little bit of the smack talk that we'd seen beforehand. We are still, unfortunately, in a pause, so we'll hopefully be getting through that here shortly. But now you know a little bit of the beef behind it.
Yeah, I really look at Diamond like he's normally such a vocal guy, but he's just like, yeah, I don't know. Who cares? We're going to beat these guys. Like, it's just super easy. Whereas music, he's got a lot to say about it, and he's still going to be looking to take on Kenvi in this one. He does have the Ivern, and the Ivern is not necessarily a champion where you can necessarily generate your own advantages a lot of the time. You are very reliant on everyone else capitalizing on some setups that you can create for yourself. And the Daisy, it's good, but it's nowhere near as good as just the ultimate that Zyra throws out.
And it's so funny that music is willing to take that out to against Kenvi, because Kenvi is one that was bringing out the Ivern early into the split and actually finding a lot of success with it. We were like, man, Kenvi's turned a new leaf, literally. But it really is an interesting aspect, because you have to rely on a lot of the rest of the team. When we said that these two junglers are primary driving forces for the two of them, and you have a lot more, decision-making power, feels like, around those objectives as Kenvi as time goes on.
We'll see exactly how that ends up panning out, because when I look at these two teams, outside of just the junglers, it really is so focused on these two mid lanes, right? We've talked about them a couple of times between Toasty and Samikin as these bright rising stars, but they're playing a very volatile matchup in this game in the Ezreal and the Lucian. And so much of what happens is whenever one of these guys builds up a lead and they do more damage, the other side doesn't have enough playmaking ability to really do anything about that. And so Samikin finding the kill and then dying immediately afterwards in the return kill does mean that Toasty has a bit more freedom to just do all the damage he needs to in these fights.
Yeah, and I think those are going to be extremely important factors as well, because we've already seen all the presence and pressure around mid lane. We know a little bit of the background between these two players and kind of come up together. And I think that's a really fun story to kind of continue watching as time goes on. But that, speaking of time going on, always has to be a remembrance that after this series, both these teams will be over the halfway point of their splits, and it's a single round robin.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see where they go from here, because looking at who they have left to play, Blue Otter doesn't really have an easy opponent left. Maybe Winthrop is their easiest opponent for the rest of the season, but they have to play Disguised, FlyQuest, and Team Liquid outside of their matchup against Supernova, where Supernova also, I mean, they have some matchups all across the spectrum. They still have AoE and Blue Otter to play, but then Disguised, FlyQuest, and Winthrop. So they're still in a spot where it feels as though they could end up pretty much anywhere across the rankings, depending on how these games go, but Blue Otter does not have a lot of easy opponents left to play.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said in terms of like some of the things that have gone well for Blue Otter and some of the development. I think especially a lot of the combinations of being able to see kind of Rovex go out on the map in a lot of cases, and combining with music has been really nice. But for me, it requires a little bit of consistency from Samikin and Levitate in a lot of situations, and we have seen the highs, I feel like, of both of them especially, but trying to maintain that.
one of the things that I feel has been holding Blue Otter back a little bit is it doesn't feel as though they have the same kind of strong voice on their team, right? We always talk about teams like Supernova, which is a Diamond team, right? Whenever you have Diamond on the team, it's going to play the way that Diamond wants it to. Whenever you have Winnie on the team, it's going to play the way that Winnie wants it to. Blue Otter, I don't really feel as though we've seen that. You have a bunch of bright spots on the team that sometimes have very strong games, but they don't necessarily have the same kind of ability to create and just force the game to play around their will. And one of the things that I remember seeing previously is when Quacker was playing with Winnie, he would always get brought down to go for some of these plays around the 8 to 10 minute mark, but that's not something that we continue to see in Quacker's play.
And it's really funny to me when we're coming into this one because we talked to players beforehand and kind of asking about like communication structures a little bit, and it really is literally both for both teams. Jungle support are like the main voices trying to figure out what strategies to use as well, but also how to find those shot calling moments in the games, and that's where you have to rely on those in the mid games, late games. Obviously not in this case. We're going to be hopefully starting the game here super soon. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of an update.
The opposite.
It's going to be a little bit of a while, so we're going to send it to a break. We'll be back shortly, hopefully, with the game. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel, joined by Joshi. We'll be getting back into the game now in our heated Super Money matchup here between Supernova and Blue Otter. I couldn't be more excited to see how this game's going to pan out in game number 1.
There's no way to really heat things up other than just to slowly stoke the coals at the beginning of everything. That's what we've been doing here. It turns out that there was a bug investigation, but the bug investigation remains inconclusive. So without evidence of a positive bug, it means that we are going to continue playing.
Play on!
Play ball!
There you go. You got the reference. So zoning back in a little bit of the strengths that we were kind of looking into for both these two teams, the big focuses. We were putting a lot of pressure and weight on mid-jungle for both these two squads, but we're going to start seeing Rovex and Diamond get a little bit more active on the map, and that's super important.
Yeah, Diamond already looking at Rovex. Kenvy's in the area.
If you could get an active, we're going to have a bit of a 3v2 here in favor of Supernova. And we'll push them out of the way. Dragon is spawned here if they want to go for it, but typically I'm going to try to go for those grubby tubbies as the Zyra. Looks like maybe a little bit of wraparound. Did I get you with that one?
Yeah, I've never heard it in that order, but Lens caught out.
Oh. Lens does do a decent amount of damage back. I think get the grab some roots there on the music. A little bit of damage back as well. True Shot Barrage came across from Sam again just to let everybody know he's still there. And actually Dragon will end up being pulled off of by Supernova.
Yeah, ultimately a lot of kerfuffle, but nothing actually happening in that one. And that does mean that the Grub's likely going to be the point of focus coming out for Supernova next. As we do see Kenvy backing away. Does have the Faded Ashes completed. Now, the top side of the map, though, coming out for Blue Otter is a pretty big win for them, especially considering how far ahead Quacker is. We did get to see a little bit of him setting up a freeze in the top half and forcing Faisal's teleport out as well. And this matchup for the Cassante is not an easy one to pilot. You really are going to be struggling and down quite a bit of gold. Really sets up Quacker for a lot of success. Uh-oh, Lens.
They're looking at a dive there. They also have music right behind. Kenvy has wrapped around to the top side to get these grubs. If this dive gets pulled off on bottom side, Lens in a lot of trouble here as the back had gotten completed, but it's the trade back, and Lens with the outplays. He's looking to move forward too. He does not have the Mega Death Rocket anymore, but my God, it's a 3v1 and Lens comes out Chad.
Really just getting to see Blue Otter not cleanly executing that dive. So it is going to be a kill going over to Lens, as well as 3 of the grubs getting picked up by Kenvy on the top side of the map. And Lens, really, really good stuff. As we'll take another look at how this plays out as Kenvy trying to take away some of these camps.
He tried to deny it as much as possible here, and as the Zyra, it'll be very nice to be this far ahead in camps, and he's going to continue pressing into music. This is what you wanted to see in this jungle matchup, and music cannot catch a break here. He's going to try to steal it away in front of him, but it's going to be smote away by Kenvy. The re-engage there, but music not level 6. He doesn't have his backup in Daisy.
Yeah, and music trying to clear out the camp and not able to do so. Looks like the smite ended up hitting a plant.
You're losing so much tempo on the map. You're down now 20 CS against Kenvy, and he's taking your red buff.
It's super tough as this Ivern from this position, right? It definitely looked as though the smite ended up going onto one of the plants instead of actually smiting the Krug, meaning that you do not get to take the entire camp all at once from music. And we know how quickly this Zyra is able to clear out these camps. We know how tough it can be for anyone to try and match the clear speed. We're not seeing Kenvy use that to be aggressive at the bottom side of the map, but instead using that time to just take away as much as possible from music. And this Iron is okay being on low economy, but this is significantly behind.
You're looking at that long, dark tunnel with a little bit of light on the end of it when you get to a point of promise with your double marksman comp, and the Quacker actually has an influence here. But right now, the map is going to be run by Supernova, and we've seen when they are ahead, they will absolutely close out games. Now, it's not much of a lead, and it's honestly nothing to speak of here, but it just feels like the presence on the map is all Supernova's favor.
One of the things that Supernova has been very good at in the past is their ability to set up objectives, and Zyra really is the queen of that in a lot of ways, as music trying to find an opportunity to maybe take away some of their opponent's jungle, but throws down some bushes and like, this is all already gone. Faisal not going to find any plays there, but it is very tough as Music now finds himself the poorest member in the game outside of the supports and just doesn't have anywhere to farm. He has to try and find some plays.
See where the proactivity comes from on the map. Music was trying to spot out a little bit of vision in mid lane. Solar Flare has been achieved by Diamond. It could be the go button that they're looking for as Kenvi is wrapping around on the bottom side of the map. There is no jungle to speak of down here for him to steal away.
Yeah, very interesting. A lot of junglers would come here to try and push the Blue Otter bottom lane off of the turret, but not Kenvi, although he's thinking about reconsidering it.
Robex should be close to level 6 here. That Magnet Storm could be a big difference maker, but he has not hit it yet.
Minion.
Kenvi
There it
walking
is.
over. There's that level 6. You got to be a little bit more careful. They're going to commit to it. Supernova gets the flash out, and Robex goes down to Diamond.
What a clean play coming through from Diamond, just going in and instantly flashing out. Kenvi takes a little bit more damage than he wanted to, but making sure all of the crowd control was layered. Robex having no opportunity to get anything done, but now Quacker.
Ooh, that's a needlework. He's going to go between the tower there. He's got to be really careful. All out coming through. Faisal, he's about to go down. Solo bolo for Quacker.
And everywhere on the map, the fighting is going back and forth. Samikin.
A little bit of safety from Music provided there. Samikin able to chase down a bit here with that Essence Flux. Not going to get the damage proc on it, though.
Still, so much damage going back and forth. The True Shot Barrage not going to catch on to Toasty either, but Blue Otter brings several members here into the mid lane, but the gold lead still a bit in favor. Supernova across the map, with the first dragon picked up by Blue Otter, it looks as though Supernova going to be potentially setting up for the next one, but instead, Zyra potentially looking for a Grubbageddon as well.
Going to be really easy to pick up now that Music is on the other side of the map as well, so that will be all 6 grubs. You better batten down the hatches. And so far, so good for Supernova in terms of those topside objective controlling moments. And they also have moved Lens up there to try to get some plates before they start falling.
Yeah, we got to say, I mean, with Twitch chat, they seem to be on the side of Blue Otter, but with all 6 grubs going over to Supernova, that seems to be they're changing their allegiance as well. So now Len's just going to be getting some plates up in the top side of the map, and no real opportunity for Supernova to go for the Cloud Dragon on the far side of the map. Faisal not strong enough whatsoever to try and contest Quacker, and Music going to be slowly beating his way through it.
And there's 2 very different approaches in a lot of ways that Blue Otter can have here. They go safety and try not to be super proactive and wait till they're really getting to those 2-3 item spikes for themselves. I think the Dragon is going to help them a lot of the time, but trying to make sure that you're not getting super far behind against Kenvi, where he has so much strength around these objectives, is super important as well.
You have to be very careful. Quacker has to get out.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's getting run down by Faisal. He's going to end up popping that needlework.
Good stuff from Quacker overall, making sure he is alive. But Robex, he's also trying to threaten a lot of plays at the top half of the map, but Lens and Diamond not actually concerned about it, as they will be picking up another play on the bottom half. And Kenvi, once again, walking into their opponent's side of the map to try and take away some of these camps.
Okay, a little bit of engage here. Daisy's coming out to play. Samikin's going over the wall as well. String of Thorns has been used. A little bit of ulti action on both sides. Toasty and Samikin going guns blazing here as well, as they're trying to fight each other. They're in a mono fight, as Music and Kenvi are also fighting. And a little bit of that bad blood on full display. Top side as well, as Lens has already fallen. Levitate doing work with the lightning crash. Quacker has now come back with the TP as well. And this is all right before the Rift Herald spawns. Music and Kenvi still going at it over the red buff. But Blue Otter have surrounded him like sharks here. He's going to get that red, but he's got to find a way out of this one. Robex not going to let him. A lot of damage on the Samikin there. He is taking up a storm here in terms of presence. He's going to walk away from this one, buying so much time. Blue Otter need to put this plant down. And Samikin will cut him off at the weeds.
It bought him a lot of time coming through, but it is still a kill going over to Samikin in this game. And the gold just so close between these 2 teams thus far, which does mean that it's looking pretty good for Blue Otter. Their composition does scale very well, and we know that Quacker off in the side lane is going to be a massive problem for Faisal to try and deal with, already 30 CS up, and as they start wailing away on these turrets, you can take another look at how the plates have gone. It is a little bit more in favor of Supernova. They were able to get a lot of damage down, partly due to the fact that they got so many of those grubs, but Blue Otter still holding strong because they are still just fighting better in the top lane.
They are indeed, and I think that's going to come to bear as well as side lane's going to be a bit unmanageable, it feels like, for Supernova. Have to find an answer into Quacker in some regards, maybe pushing tempo on some of these objectives as well. But as we had said, Blue Otter already doing a really good job of making sure they have the dragon stacking in their regard. Now, there are some pings over to the Rift Herald, and Blue Otter pathing up towards this top side of the map.
Blue Otter definitely seem way more interested in that. But it is going to be coming at a bit of a cost. Even picking up this Rift Herald, you're going to give over a lot of money just in terms of farm to your opponents. And Toasty, down to the bottom side of the map, there's no teleports available for Blue Otter. So Samikin could potentially move down, but that would just be giving some more freedom as well to Lens in the mid lane. So this Rift Herald will be coming at the cost of a turret.
Some extra gold pickups on the standing gold in the side lane, where the gold lead just keeps going back and forth between these two. But honestly, with how their social media had gone back and forth so much, it's kind of what we would expect from the two squads on the Rift. Now, first turret is going to give a little bit of that extra standing gold with Blue Otter and answer in kind on the top side.
Potentially a play in the bottom side, but no, Diamond going to be walking back towards the mid lane. And with all that pressure from Blue Otter going towards the top side of the map and picking up that Rift Herald, there is still plenty of pressure coming out from Supernova in the mid lane. They will get some damage there at the same time. And Blue Otter, this has been one of their failings, as we've been talking about. It can be a bit difficult for them to try and find the lane assignments a lot of the time. And so it does feel as though Supernova just out-rotating them in the past couple minutes.
And I think with some of those rotations, maybe you're going to start getting a little bit of catch-outs a lot of the time. And Rovex able to just take all the brunt, but in the end, it's not enough. And Toasty ends up cleaning that one up, goes for a second kill on his Lucian. And now Supernova's double ADC composition starting to come online.
4 ultimates committed for that. And that does mean that most of those ultimates will not be available for this dragon spawning in 45 seconds. And that does mean that Blue Otter will have an opportunity to fight for that. They have to know that they are very close in this game, and getting this third dragon will set them up for a very powerful soul.
The soul here, I think, is a huge boon to either side, and especially on the side of Supernova, if you can kind of dissuade a little bit of the poke that will be coming down from Blue Otter. But that next dragon is kind of of utmost importance for Blue Otter. It's been back and forth, but if they can get themselves onto a soul point decision-making platform, that's huge.
Can be on the opposite side of the map. It's going to take them some time. It will take Supernova a while to really punch through all the setups that Blue Otter can put in. They are going to be dropping the Rift Herald in the mid lane as well, and so Supernova got to fight for this mid lane wave, but Blue Otter definitely going to be dictating how the fight around this dragon is going to go.
Rift Herald gets no use.
Really?
Okay. Oh,
Sammy!
Samikin. Oh, no. That was a little dicey there, but Dragon is up. Samikin about half health. Now he's going to have a little bit worse time that he doesn't have the flash. He does have TP to get back, and here comes Quacker on the flank.
That is a really good flank angle, but Samikin is not yet ready. He's going to have to go for his own teleport.
Coming in. That's on to Daisy as well. Already, though, Rovex is taken out of the fight. Samikin has come back, but they're down a body, and it's an important one. It's your frontliner, so Blue Otter will see this dragon over. It'll be the first one of the game for Supernova.
A very powerful dragon going over to Supernova, giving you so much extra resistances. And now, Supernova, they get a little bit of damage in the mid lane at the same time, just because of all of the plays that we saw. Samikin getting into that Rift Herald and losing his flash and so much of his HP ends up meaning that Blue Otter not able to contest the dragon whatsoever. And now, the bushes go out. It's really tough to siege going up against an Ivern, but you don't need to when Faisal is still creating pressure on the sides.
True. There will be an answer there with Quacker running around with scissors, though, eventually. I still think that side lane's going to be a tough time to deal with. Mid lane, Diamond. And caught a little bit with a greedy back there at the end. But we do have second items starting to come online. PD completed for Lens, which is going to be pretty big in the fighting strength of Supernova.
Very big, and I imagine Diamond, does not yet quite have the Warmugs completed, so it doesn't have the extra mobility boots that just come along with that, but 2 items already completed onto Lens is massive for this team. Jinx, again, when you get the first kill, you become the best champion in the game, but before you get that first kill, you're a pretty good champion. And so just being able to
Average,
bridge that
you know?
is a massive, yeah, you know, like you do some damage. But you really need all the extra movement that comes with those resets. And now as Lens setting himself up, this is going to be a push that should take a big chunk out of this turret.
They'll be able to take that easily with the 6 grubs. Makes it so quick with the Jinx. And they are going to move up to this top side, try to get even more of this standing gold back over Supernova, who have now grown their lead where it was very back and forth the whole game. About 1.5k, a little bit more now that Toasty's taken this one down.
Yeah, it's going to be ballooning to about 2.5 after all of that. And now, with 20 minutes on the board, we do get the Baron and all of its hands, and no counter push coming out from Blue Otter. Faisal still left unattended in the bottom side of the map with all 6 grubs. Twitch chat going to be popping out to make sure that he can get a ton of damage into this structure as well. Samikin coming over, but the wave clear of an Ezreal, not exactly something to write home about.
Not great, and you'd think it'd be Quacker that needs to be here to answer this one. He was trying to get the push in top side. Maybe the lane assignment's not working out as cleanly for Blue Otter here so far. But it is a little bit of time to get themselves centered and really try to get Samikin some more items under his belt, because you have the extremely supportive build coming online for Music, but he's going to need his marksmen to be on their aces.
Yeah, I'm really worried for Blue Otter because despite the fact that I like their composition a bit better, they're absolutely getting run around on the map. Faisal's just slowly building up more and more opportunities to hit this structure, and it will eventually go down. Whereas on the other side of the map, Blue Otter, they're not necessarily making anything happen with the fact that they have the Ivern and the Rel trying to make some plays, but the mobility that is already built into Toasty's kit means that he's not really worried about anything unless he gets surprised.
You just have a decent amount of burst damage on the side of Supernova as well as deal
here's
with. Now
Robex.
Blue Otter, yeah, looking at bot side here. They're bringing a lot of bodies down this way, though. Music is on his way as well. The Kenby steal of the blue buff, though, for his team will be initiated. Saw the ward there, not able to get that control ward. What a pesky little ward there, Joshi.
It's always a tough spot there. You got to be very careful because you want to put your control ward in the bush so it can see things in the bush, but sometimes that means you can play around it. But Blue Otter, you got to feel bad for Music as well. Down 60 CS. It's always going to be a lot of CS that you're going to be down when playing up against the Zyra. You just get so much money, and now Kenby also has completed the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so you can slow everyone down as they move around, and it does a lot of work, especially going into characters like the Zeri, who relies so much on their movement speed, just losing a ton of it in every single one of these fights, because Kenby just presses R on the entire fight. Makes Levitate's job that much more difficult.
And you don't have a lot of range for Levitate to work with. They do have a lot of sustained AoE damage once you do get in there. Kenby, be tagged by the Ultra Shock laser there as Daisy comes out to say hi. Play a little bit of basketball as well. The Music will take that control ward with it. The presence on the top side, but we got Dragon coming up in 40 seconds, and presence around this is even more important.
Yeah, no Rift Trail for Samikin to jump into this time, and Kenby also does secure the Scuttlecraft. And Supernova are here. Zyra, the queen of setups. No one can contest anything that she does. There's a little bit of poke coming out from Samikin, a little bit contributed from Levitate, but Supernova should be in firm control of all the river entrances.
Feels like this might be a situation where Blue Otter willing to come in after the fight started or just give this one up. Now 2 Mountain Dragons in a row for this squad of Supernova is very difficult to start dealing with here. They can stack those up even further. They're going to pull the attention of Supernova, though, over to the Baron side of the map by threatening to burn it down.
Cool.
They are all in the pit there. Got not in the pit there. As Supernova do spot them out. Toasty's going to start this one up. He's on a ward, though, so Blue Otter know that this is a 4v5. They're going to go right in. Magnet Storm and Quacker on the other side, but now Toasty has joined the fight. They're calling right in. Faisal, look at him. He's taking down Quacker, and now he's got free range forward. That scissor is not going to stop you today. Toasty is going ham here. Samikin in a lot of trouble now, too. And a double kill for Faisal. Rovex going down, maybe even a triple kill as they go right to the Baron. And speak about tempo plays here. 5-man strong from Supernova on the big purple worm.
What a great series of plays coming out from Faisal, finding Quacker to allow Lens to reset. They get so much on the board, they don't even need to back.
Oh my goodness, Music gonna have to burn his flash after all that as well. All the Baron caves with the Rally Cry Baron buff going to Supernova here, and it just fits their color scheme.
Oh, the Super Mega Death Rocket not finding anything there, but the teleports are coming through. Supernova want to pick up the dragon as well. Lens is far away, but Supernova still have total control. Kenvi will be out on the map, and Music with no HP to try and contest him. Rovex has to be careful, even walking in his own jungle.
Getting a little bit surrounded here. Diamond looking for the Zenith Blade combo, but Crash Down will get Rovex to safety under turret. Turret, though, it can't be really defended by just Rovex alone. But they got Levitate coming over with a little bit of that AoE damage. Quacker waiting on the side. Quacker has not been able to find any influence. Yeah, and he's just going to give that tier 2 down there.
The turret's so low, but the fact that it's still alive means that Faisal gets the crazy amount of local gold off of that one. Supernova know that they can always back away for the dragon. Now is the time for action.
Samikin's got to get back to defend the turret. They're just losing their pace. They've already lost Music. There's the lightning crash, and maybe lightning can strike twice here for Blue Otter, but Toasty's going forward as well. Samikin is finally rejoined with the TP, but his clear speed on these minions is not going to be very strong, and all those mites make it so difficult. Now Supernova, with their Baron buff still up for another minute and a half, move to the bot side to take another in-hit.
What do you do against this? Supernova, you're so decisive. This Diamond just flashing over the wall. The turret will go down, and Quacker stunned.
What do you do when Supernova comes for you? The question remains unanswered from Blue Otter as 2 in-hims go down. The siege has been done, and it'll be a reset from Supernova themselves.
Supernova, I mean, they even keep themselves safe by using all those plans on the way out. They have so much money across the entire team. And they didn't even pick up the dragon. They still have an opportunity to go out and grab that still. But we'll take a look at the amount of gold across the team. 4 members of Supernova just right above everyone from Blue Otter. This game is looking impossible to come back from. The fact that the damage coming through from Toasty is just so much more than Samikin means that they can't really find their way back in. Now they're trying to find Levitate.
They actually do. The Solar Flare just makes it so easy. Kills on command for Supernova. Might as well just call it Uber.
This game, very, very over. As Diamond now trying to cut off members like Rovex and Music. The push is happening in the mid lane. The push is happening in the top lane, and Rovex has nowhere to go.
No, there's sharks all in the waters over there, Rovex. You gotta be careful. He doesn't even have a shark cage. He is made out of metal, though. Maybe he can find a way to make one. Music is about to go down as well, though. He barely any health left, but Quacker stepping up to try to make the difference here, but he's just going to go down as well. And this has been a Supernova holistic victory, maybe even an explosion into this series. And it is a money match, for goodness sake, as $1,250 on the line, but also the bragging rights of all the trash talk we've seen of this best of 3 already, and Supernova are going to strike the first chord in that one. 1-0 lead in this best of.
Really good stuff coming out from Supernova, and I want to put a special highlight on Faisal in this game just because he was so clutch in those fights. The top lane, super rough. He did get solo killed. We do have to address that. However, the way that he was able to play in every single one of these fights, he was the one who set up Lens to get those resets. He was the one looking for opportunities in the opposing base and showcasing that just because you're down doesn't mean you're out. A great comeback performance from this top laner.
I just think the side lane pressure, where it was supposed to be Quacker's strength, and the fact that Faisal was getting the better of it, absolutely impressive, but also just his map sense of where to be at the right time. Just really good stuff from a guy that we know is really good, right? And I think it's really nice to see him flexing his muscles a bit, and especially on a Cassante where we were questioning it a little bit coming out of draft.
Really excited for Faisal, right? That was one of the things we were looking at in this game. Diamond making sure that all of the lane assignments always make sense. Supernova were always in better matchups across the board, in the right places at the right time, and that is what really turned this game. There was a lot of skirmishes at the beginning that Blue Otter were coming out ahead in, but those skirmishes aren't enough when you just have the total domination of Supernova around so many of these objectives.
I need to go to 3. I need all the trash talk to mount to a 3-game series here. We'll see if it does after a short little break. We'll have game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi and a triumphant Supernova explosion in game number 1 of this best of 3 and a very one-sided victory.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Kanye is scoring 106 points. We'll see how Kobe shoots back in this one. It is definitely going to be a tough one for Blue Water to recover from because so many things seemed like they went right for Blue Water earlier on in this game, but it was not enough for them to turn things around.
It was the immediate pressure from Kenvi in the jungle. I feel like made the biggest difference. I think the snowball happened after that topside play around the Krugs, but it really was just Kenvi keeping pressure up consistently, finding invades, and having like a 20-30 CS lead over Music almost the entire game.
And I think the really important thing to note here is that Blue Otter did have some good leads in their lanes, right? Samikin finding the solo kill and Quacker really beating up Faisal in the side lane really meant that they had some ways to play around strong lanes earlier on, but unfortunately they weren't able to secure the actual win. It definitely felt as though Supernova was better prepared to deal with some of the plays that Blue Otter were trying to make. For instance, when Diamond came mid lane, immediately after Samikin blew his flash.
Yeah, and it's just some of those little moments that start snowballing out of control, and then you look, it was so contested, all of a sudden it blows open, and you have a massive gold differential just a couple minutes down the road.
Yeah, I really want to see a little bit more because I know that Lens, he did the most damage in that game, but it wasn't necessarily him creating a lot of opportunities. The one time he had a really big play was when the opponents actually dove him. And to kind of quote Diamond, that puts the onus on your opponents to not mess up. And unfortunately, Blue Otter were not able to cleanly pull off the dive, and Lens take full advantage.
Well, we're getting into draft number 2, a moment of proving for Blue Otter here, who have been so ridiculously close to taking some seriously big matchups, right? Being able to take down Dragonsteel for a game, but also a 1-3 record to start off the split. Almost only works in horseshoes and hand grenades here, Joshi. And we'll see if they can continue to kind of hone their edge a little bit. Blue Otter did choose red side this time around. We will see the Samikin Zoe banned away. We also get the Ashe banned by Supernova on the blue side. It's the Corky Trist by the side of Blue Otter.
Looking very similar to all the bans that we were seeing in the first game round, but as a reminder, because we are playing Fearless, that does mean that we cannot play anything that we saw in the first game. No Lucian
I don't think
available.
you said it right. I think you have to add some words.
Oh yeah, the Super Omega Crazy Bonkers Fearless.
There you go. Good job.
There we go.
Good job. All right.
We
cool.
did the whole
just
thing.
want to have to get that out of the way before we get into any of the serious conversation here. No, but it is really important to keep an eye out. It is the Sejuani first pickup, so a little bit more facilitation from the side of Kenvi here.
Yeah, this really says quite a bit about how Supernova are planning to draft, because when you pick the Sejuani, it's usually not paired with a lot of these AD mid laners, and with most of the good ones already taken off the table, it does mean that Blue Otter are going to go directly over to the Hui, which was banned against some of the second rotation last time around. It is one of Samikin's best characters he can play. Whenever he's playing something where he can really dictate the angles that he takes in fights, has a lot of range where he just needs to hit the skill shots, are the champions that Samikin tends to really thrive on.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like there's just a tried and true answer to Hui, because Hui does everything you could ever ask for. So the Nautilus is locked in, so giving Rovex a little bit more onus in terms of his engaged potential, but also getting him out on the map. It's the Yone that gets locked in alongside the Renekton. So we're looking at laning phase here between the solo lanes.
That's a plan coming through from Supernova. I said it's probably not AD mid laner, but they say, what if we get both AD solo laners who are also both melee champions with a Sejuani, where we have the ability to stack up that passive so incredibly quickly. This Darius is a real opportunity here for Blue Otter. It is something that Quacker loves playing, but instead going to be moving over towards the Jax. A bit of a better laning matchup overall, but still has to be very careful, because if you get the timing wrong on your Counter-Strike versus the W stun coming out from Renekton, you're dead.
Also, a little bit of difference in terms of entrances into team fights as well, but also Jax with a little bit of side laning pressure. I kind of like that opt-in for Blue Otter, giving them maybe a little bit more options to play around instead of just going against the 5v5. I love this first ban, though, by Blue Otter, because it's very obvious that Supernova won AP in bot lane.
Oh yeah, the Ziggs is the very classic one they can go for in the bottom side of the map. We have seen Brand pop up from time to time in the bottom lane. I know I've seen Azir,
Swain, Karth, you just want to start going down the list? Or we just gonna...
Yeah, they are in desperate need of some magic damage coming out from the
really
side of Supernova, and I'm actually not sure, outside of Ziggs, if I've seen Lens play other magic damage bot laners.
Could also just go straight for like hardcore scaling carries and things like that, where we get like the Smolder maybe potentially. But I could also see a world where we get a little bit more utility out of bot lane. I know the Ashe isn't available, things like that, but maybe Jhin trying to enable these solo lanes a little bit more in that regard. So I feel like there are some options for it. It's just not too clear.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that you do have with the supportive AD carries that I really dislike is you make yourself a passenger, right? In this game particularly, Diamond loves saying that he loves playing on very aggressive teams, on teams that are trying to make the plays happen, and that really forces you to do so, because Yone, Renekton, they will be fine later on, but they were going to get kited to hell by any reasonable AD carry. And now with the Viego pickup for Music, we're going to have to see what Supernova wants to do. They're going to go even more physical damage, and it's the Taric coming through.
There's a classic for Lens. Obviously, I'll be trying to buck the trend of everybody saying he's a Kalista player only, but he really has improved over these last 6 months, and it's been really nice to see him opt back into this pickup. Let the Taric alongside it, Diamond be cooking, and he's got his chef hat on ever plenty. The Viego, though, gives a lot of onus to Music, but he's got to execute here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting composition coming through from Supernova. I really like the idea, simply because Taric is one of these characters that actually has a really good matchup into the Nautilus. As soon as the Nautilus throws out the hook, you throw out the stun, and it's relatively trivial to just line it up to make sure that you can counter stun them when they come in. However, looking at this composition, it's very physical damage stacked from Supernova. There is no real magic damage coming out on this squad at all, and that does mean that Quacker has an opportunity to be absolutely crazy in this game.
Yeah, and his entrances, but also the presence he can gain in side lanes can be super important. I expect both junglers to kind of go towards these solo lanes as quickly as possible, and especially depending on what priority looks like between them.
I really favor Supernova quite a bit in this draft, simply because they have such a strong game plan to play around. You have 3 good lanes that you can play around for the Sejuani, and additionally, the Taric ultimate is going to go crazy in this game. Because it takes a little bit of windup, it's also going to very significantly nullify any of the damage coming out from Samikin's ultimate, and you really push back any resets coming out from Music by several seconds in these key team fights.
Well, we're be getting into it soon, and as we've said multiple times before, this is a money matchup, $1,250, and the onus of who's going to put that in the bank, it's on the junglers, of course. Kenvi versus Music. Kenvi got the better of him in that first game. There were some question marks going around of what the Ivern would be able to do. Now, the Viego, there is no question marks of what Music is going to be able to do. Resets are incredibly important for the side of Blue Otter, and trying to find those within these team fights, but those team fights are going to be super hard to execute in a lot of these regards, and Rovex is maybe going to be the saving grace for this team on the Nautilus.
We know that this Nautilus does get opened up quite a bit when the Leona is no longer available, because you don't just automatically lose every trade that you go for. However, this is a very tough matchup going into the Taric, just because you have so many auto attacks, and as a melee champion, just allow Taric to re-up his heal over and over in these fights. And so Blue Otter is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. We do favor the Jax in the later game side laning, but as we saw in game 1, Supernova know how to side lane better.
Yeah, they can just kind of pull you across the map time and time again. Well, it is time to put your money where your mouth is, as the heated social media match between Supernova and Blue Otter continues. Blue Otter backs against the wall here. You got to make good on all that trash talk. Make sure you spam it in chat. Who you got? SN for Supernova or Blue for Blue Otter?
And guys, please, Blue Otter does really need this. They don't have the trust fund supporting their organization. It is going to be a massive difference for all of these players, and they're going to have to earn it right here, Mazel. Samikin on the way. definitely is going to be one of the players on Blue Otter that has to have a really big game. And it starts off with trying to find some advantages in this lane, or really push Toasty far back, use those auto attacks, not the spells, in order to chip away at Toasty's HP.
It's so funny to me as well because both teams have so many pockets that will be very happy with a little bit of gold dropped into them here. A lot of carry potential on either side, but it really is going to be about who gets that early advantage here. And taking a look at the map state right now, it is going to be opposite side jungling paths for both of these junglers.
This does give Music an opportunity to do drive-by ganks in the mid lane. We were saying that we are expecting the junglers to go for topside plays, but Kenvi is going to be warded out rather significantly. There's a ward on his Raptors. There's also a ward on the blue buff.
That's a lot of damage on Rovex.
Yeah, I thought I saw like lethal tempo pop up from Levitate and thought, what patch were we on? But it is still this opportunity for Kenvi to path kind of wherever he wants, because Music does want to play towards the bottom side a little bit. He might want to play towards Samikin, but you're already seeing the pings coming out from Supernova that they want to hang out in the eastern quadrant of the jungle.
And I think off that first game, you'd say a lot of the benefit of the doubt is in Supernova's corner here, after they were very cleanly able to execute that one. But this is also a Blue Otter who we know does not back down from a fight. And we've seen them be able to take it against some of the best teams in our league as well. And now bot side 2v2 kicking off. Diamond wanted to go for the 2v2 kill lanes, and so far it's looking pretty killy.
Yeah, the flash comes through, only gets the cleanse out from Levitate, but guarantees that this push is coming in from the Supernova bottom lane so that they can go help Kenvi as soon as possible.
The red buffs are actually doing so much work here. You are surprised a lot of the time at what Sejuani's early skirmishing power can be, especially against somebody like the Viego that you would think would have that strength, but he needs some time in his pocket. And speaking of Kenvi, gonna try to steal the Gromp away from him.
It's so hard. Music face checking here.
Can't do it. Yeah, the Arctic Assault comes right back out. You're in a lot of trouble here for Music. You cannot be the first one to go down. He'll burn his flash to make sure that's not the case.
And so much pressure coming out from Supernova. They will eventually start taking away some of these camps, but it is just creating so many problems for Levitate and Rolex. Do you go help your team? Do you just CS this under turret? However, Kenvi is going to be walking away with the eastern quadrant of the jungle, and Music is so far from the west. He's not going to be able to go pick up any of those camps, and you're already seeing pings coming out from Supernova to make sure they get the vision down and push Music out.
You're going to be able to play so strongly around this bottom side of the map now. You just had constant pressure by Lens and Diamond. Kenvi going to steal away the blue buff there of Music. Continue walking over to the spot side, but we're getting a little bit of vertical jungling now from Music. Really nice heads-up decision-making here.
Gets spotted out. Kenvi still looking to play towards the bottom side of the map.
Double wards. Look at that. Synchronization. Rovex and Levitate. They just really want to know Kenvi's there. And the crash is going to come down. This might initiate the dive here. See if they can hover this one. They did have a really good juggle last time around. Diamond, he gets the CC chain there, but the TP will pull them off of it. Samikin going to sack a little bit of presence in mid lane.
Really good from Samikin to push out the wave before he goes to the teleport, so he does not lose anything for this. And Music also going to be recovering a lot of the camps that Kenvi did take away from him previously. No one on Supernova actually went to go try and stop Music from taking this part of the jungle. So Music's going to be doing just fine when all is said and done. And Supernova, no real lead has emerged just quite yet, but they are the ones dictating the pace of the game. They're the ones who are always asking questions of what Blue Otter wants to do.
And I love to see Samikin feeling so confident on the way. At this point, kind of a little bit of a classic pick for him, but it's also something he can continuously move and find promise outside of his lane as well. And I think that's going to be super important here. Is Kenvi going to be the ever proactive one on the map now, going to Music's red side of the jungle, seeing the Krugs are still up.
Yeah, you know when you said that Quay was a classic pick, I had to go look up when Yone was released. Do you know when?
No, I don't. Maybe 2020.
Do you want to know when? Yeah, 2020. This champion is 4 years old at this point, so a very classic pick coming through from Toasty, but it is still going to be Supernova creating some pressure on the top side of the map. Just tapping the turret should mean that Faisal will get a plate, and he does even as he walks away. But now Kenvi going to be starting up the grubs right on spawn.
Get the early stacking in that regard. No presence around the jungle side of bot right now by Music, so there won't be a real big trade of the dragons. Those 3 grubs will be gifted over to Supernova. And we saw what the 6 grubs were able to do for them last time around. We definitely want to see Blue Otter starting to put some plans into motion to be here to contest the next round. Kenvi is actually going to try to just bolt over to the dragon now.
He gets 2 of the grubs, and now he's going to do the drive-by gank in the mid lane to make sure that Music is not comfortable doing the dragon. So Kenvi gets most of his cake and eats it too, as you only need to get 2 of the grubs. It means that you can get 2 of them next time around, and you're slowing down any opportunity for Blue Otter to take them. Gives a lot of opportunity for Kenvi to control the pace of the game. Getting very close to level 6 as well.
Oh, get the bait sealed out, and the fear immediately coming through from Samikin. He's just sitting there chilling just fine.
Yeah. Ultimately, not going to be hitting that, and Kenvi has to go back over towards the Raptors to clean that up. Like we said, getting very close to level 6. Is he and Music going to say hello to each other in the bottom side of the map, but there's more priority coming up for Lens and Diamond, which means that Kenvi free to start up this dragon.
That's just been the case all game so far. Being able to keep presence with this Sarek pick. Really, really awesome stuff from Supernova to get a little bit of spice in their draft here with Diamond cooking. Now we got to see if Music wants to try to contest this one. Samikin on his way. Toasty a little bit low on health. They're going in, though. There's the re-engage, but it will be secured by Kenvi in the end. Spiraling Despair into Diamond. He's going to flash out of the team, and First Blood goes over to Supernova. It's, of course, Lens who picks it up. Kenvi going to go over. Fate's Call in. It's not going to save Kenvi, but they might be able to take Music, who got the reset, and it's just going to get his life rended from him. Levitate trying to make the outplay now himself, but he's all alone in the pit. Toasty and Lens, the duo for Supernova, come up big, and they come up to 1,000 gold lead now.
3 kills now for Lens coming through, and what a fight they were able to pull off. It was so chaotic at the beginning, but Lens completely untouched through so much of this fight. He ends up leveling up here, and that means that he can throw Diamond like a Pokemon right at Music after everything happens, and they get so much extra damage as they try and take down Music. He tries to get his way out with the Arctic Assault, but Lens not letting him whatsoever, and it's simply a matter of running down Levitate afterwards.
And Samikin just can't really do much from that position. You don't have an escape plan there for Levitate, and he still wasn't level 6 yet. You don't have the safety that the Xayah brings with the Featherstorm. Now they're going back bot side because they know he's not level 6 still.
We've seen what happened when Kimdown was not level 6 in the Nautilus, and Kenvi, he's level 6. Here's
Cosmic
the dive.
Radiance, put on those sunglasses because they're going for the dive. Levitate's outside of the turret now. Arctic Assault forward, and they're going to lock him out. Lens goes on a rampage, and Rovek's going to fall to the prey as well. That's huge, and it goes right to Diamond, giving him a little bit of love.
2 kills going over to Supernova in the bottom lane in exchange for just 1 grub on the top side as Music takes away a couple of these camps, but Kenvi going to reward himself by feasting on the eastern quadrant, so no advantage going over to Music at all. And at the same time, the top side, Faisal having a much better game this time around, not down multiple camps, but he does have to be careful because Music is in the area.
I look back to this recent track record of Supernova, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It was a question mark a lot of time because sometimes the decision-making wasn't all together, the teamwork wasn't all together, but my God, after the Fear X Starforge series and now this one, it has been domination from this team.
Yeah, I guess Music says it's all money, no skill, but looks like you have all money and some skill. Quacker still really struggling up here on this top side of the map to get anything done, and Toasty does take a fear, but he's just in so much control of this mid lane.
And yeah, there's not much you can do now that the Yone has a little bit of presence there. It's just going to feel worse and worse as time goes on. Diamond might get the angle on that one. Just a little bit too close. Yeah, sparkly, just throwing sparkle dust at him.
That's not what I said, but yes. Supernova still in a very strong spot. 10 minutes in, they're already getting 3 plates off the top lane turret, 3 plates off the bottom one, and no real recompense coming out for Blue Otter. 30 CS up in the bottom side of the map, and Lens gets to back away and grab the Blade of the Ruined King. Levitate just trying to struggle to find his way in to get some farm, and Lens
They actually found it. Maybe they get the angle here. They just need the reset. Diamond might be the sacrificial lamb, but it will not be the case because Fate's call was ready to go.
He knows it's A-okay for him to take all of this damage. Can be in the mid lane.
Yeah, they actually have the angle. He's driving by here on a Sambikin. Spiraling Despair is going to get it back, though. And a wonderful solo kill back to Sambikin's way after the gank in mid.
I mean, really good from Sambikin to dodge out on both of those ultimates with the flash. Quacker.
Both flashes
Yeah,
from top
right.
laners.
But still, Supernova not letting their foot off the gas. They are once again coming down towards the bottom side, making sure that Levitated Aerobics never feel comfortable. But without the next ultimate from Tarek, it's hard to make the dive work. So Supernova gotta go pick up the Krugs and then consider on the next wave.
I just love how much we're seeing of these two mid laners put themselves into the series. Even if it is a little bit one-sided, you can tell these two guys have it out for each other in a competitive way. Not only all the social media beef between everybody on the organizations, but it's been really cool to see these two guys coming up in the scene together. And very, very fun friends. I remember when I was doing the bot episode, Sambikin was actually going to be a part of it originally. It was going to be really fun. We already had him talking a lot of trash together. So we'll see if Sambikin can pull his team from the brink here on the way. A classic for him at this point. And they're losing their base around the map.
Supernova, though, get caught.
Okay. Cosmic Radiance, though, makes it just so difficult. Lens, though, be caught out a little bit. Music was trying to find the angle. They're still losing their tower, though. They got to defend it. Got to take these last minions down, and by a sliver, the turret will stay alive.
Does come at the cost of the Tarek ultimate, though, which will slow down a lot of potential play. The dragon also spawning up, the mountain dragon, potentially for Supernovas. They should be able to get both of these objectives, but Music around the corner, not able to interact, but it will prevent Lens and Diamond from being more aggressive. But it's another dragon going over to Supernova, and 13 minutes into the game, a 4,000 gold lead already picked up. Supernova, you were saying that Lens wouldn't be known as something other than a Kalista player, but we have to recognize that he is a damn good Kalista player.
He's finding some really good angles. And it started from the very get-go, right? Like, Lens and Diamond just pushed up level 1 on the Levitating Robex, did not let them have a free time whatsoever. Now, actually, resets coming through. Blue Auto taking advantage of the map state right now to take their own grubs here.
Yeah, they can get 4 of them. No contest coming through from Supernova being a little bit too slow. So this time Twitch chat was on the other side in game 1, but Blue Otter getting all the support of you guys this time around. And Supernova, I mean, as we get close to the 14-minute mark, did they drop a single plate? 1 in the top lane.
Just the singular. A little bit.
All right, 2.
Oh, there you go. There you go, Quacker. I almost got 3 there in the end. Get the Dominus out of Faisal, though. Need to be a little bit careful on the back end of that one. Yeah, Croc does move a little bit slow out of water. Still going up there, actually. Yeah, he's still going. You look back at Quacker's losing almost all of his health bar, and Kenji has come up now, too. Here. All the animals are coming to offend onto Quacker. Music is here, though. This is turning into 2v2, though. Faisal has almost a full rage bar, and after taking that turret, moving over. Robex in a lot of trouble now, too. They get the counter-strike, but it's not going to matter. You're just locked out from hell, and Music has gone down. That's your saving grace in a lot of these fights. Sambikin has TP'd here to try to dissuade Supernova from stepping forward, and some of this vision makes it difficult as Blue Otter will back away in the end.
The crowd control chains from Supernova are so tough to deal with, and now taking away the red buff. It has been Music getting the better of the farming for a while, but consistently losing control of the map because of how active Kenvi has been around his bottom lane. As we take a quick look across, we get to see how much money from the plates comes through. Over 1,000 gold split amongst members of Supernova thus far, whereas just a little bit going over to Quacker on the other side.
That's so much money to Lens and the bot side. And yeah, I guess you put the resources down there and it pays dividends. I think the double Blade of the Ruined King setup for Supernova going to be very powerful as first item spikes as well. It will move in to take this Rift Herald after Blue Otter has secured those 4 grubs. There is still the mid-outer tower to take down, so it's honestly perfect pickings for Supernova.
Now, they did get a little bit unlucky in that it is a Chemtech soul.
It's a crocodile. He's really scary. You gotta be a little careful, Quacker. They have multiple thousands of pounds of bite strength. And you don't want to deal with that, especially not with a real weapon, Quacker.
No, it's a very tough position to be in for the Jax for a while. It will get better later, but seeing Faisal perfectly timing his stun as soon as Quacker's stun comes down does mean that neither of them are able to sit there and wail away on each other, and you're just taking the dominance. And Faisal, once again, even though it's not the better split pushing champ, it is still a better split pushing team, as Supernova now are putting pressure in all 3 lanes.
Getting multiple charges here as Diamond is the one that gets engaged on about half health on the tier 2 turret in mid lane. Not going to go down just yet, but the bottom side, I don't know if I can say the same, can be coming over. It's Faisal going for the fight onto Quacker here. They're going to try to get the wave in there to take this turret.
And Kenvy's just got so much extra presence. Faisal waiting for this last caster minion to die so he can walk up underneath the turret. But 2 structures going down at the same time. And Music and Rovex looking for an angle.
Oh, levitate. A little bit brave there to step up to the 3. He's trying to get a big blade collar as now Rovex going for his own engage. Kenvy in the front of everything. Cosmic Radiance isn't going to be in time. It does. And now the TP comes in. The vengeance is nigh. And Supernova, they come and pick off Quacker. They're going a little far forward, but it doesn't matter. They're so far ahead. Look at Lens. He's jumping all over them. Samikin has to get out of there. And now Fate's call right back in. It's a bouncy castle right onto Rovex. Although Toasty's getting low now, Blue Otter's starting to take some fights back. Levitate stepping up to the plate and hitting a home run for a double kill.
And it's living up to the hype. Supernova in the enemy base. 17 minutes into the game. Faisal once again up in the top side, getting so much money off of these side lane turrets. He's going to have to take a little bit of damage. This is a little tough, but still so much money. An 8,000 gold lead already coming out for Supernova 17 minutes in, and it looks like they're making money off of not just the trust fund, they're fighting on the rift too.
Somebody's got to get Faisal a construction hat here. The man's taking down too many structures on the Renekton as we see the Cosmic Radiance kick off the return fight by Supernova.
Yeah, this flash from Diamond I thought was a little bit wild, but it just gets wilder immediately after that as everybody starts going over the wall. Toasty, without the E to keep himself safe, just goes right on over. They full commit, and Diamond doesn't even care. Starts taking up the turret, and everyone in Supernova has to try and get out. They, you know, maybe get a little bit too hype in all the plays, but nonetheless, it's a huge win.
Hey, it's a heated Supernova setup now as now a little bit heated as Blue Otter trying to find Faisal, who just flashes and slices and dices to safety. It's everybody from Blue Otter on top side while they're losing soul point to Supernova.
Oftentimes, we've been seeing that this is a situation in which Blue Otter could have lost multiple inner turrets. Fortunately for them, they've already lost them, so you can't lose them a second time. But Supernova pushing up the mid lane. The wave clear from Samikin is good, but he does not have the damage just quite yet to dissuade Lens and Diamond from just waltzing up the mid lane and opening up the base 19 minutes in.
And I'm glad we're seeing some fight back from Blue Otter. You have to remember, this is for $1,250 across the team, and that's no little money here in this regard, and it would be hugely beneficial, but also a little bit of pride on the line with all the smack talk we've seen leading up to this best of 3. And speaking of smack talk, Quacker gonna need to talk his smack as he exits, as he walks away. Fate Seal gonna stop him in his tracks. The glacial prison over top of it. Kenvy just adding worse to wear here for Blue Otter.
Really just taking his time, making sure that he doesn't commit anything that's not needed. The Glacial Prison does end up coming through, but now Supernova, 20 seconds till the Baron spawns. They're going to be pushing Blue Otter out of the top side of the map. Can they even contest Diamond?
Oh, Diamond stepping up by himself, though. He's in a lot of trouble. You might get a chance to go to Reset City here for Blue Otter. There's the depth charge over on the lands now as he gets the CC chain for Music. Another one's going to bite the dust, and a shutdown going to Samikin's way as pings are coming over on the Baron, but they got to defend their base here.
I mean, they have Quacker respawning. That's going to be another inhibitor turret going down. They're starting up the Baron. Kenvy and Faisal are here. Toasty.
This is your life on the line. This is literally everything. If Kenvy steals this one, your hopes are out the drain here as we get the fight in the base there. It's actually looking like Toasty might win that one. Baron going down. Music, you have to get it into the pit. Goes Kenvy. It's getting low. Baron going down, and it goes to Supernova. They're going to take the fight afterwards, too. And all that smack talk pays off. because Supernova just obliterated Blue Water.
Blue Water, who, this is Supernova absolutely running roughshod over the entire team. Supernova finding everything across the board, and with multiple inhibitors completely exposed, with Faisal still up on the top side of the map, we're getting to see that it is absolute domination from Supernova across this game. Our observers are pointing out that over 3,000 damage coming out from Faisal's Demolish in this game because of how consistently he's finding opportunities to hit structures in the side lanes.
And it has been no question Supernova have come to play the entire time, and they have dominated from the get-go of this series. Game number 1 was absolutely one-sided. This one has turned into it. Now, Toasty, way overextended, is going to give another shutdown to Samikin, and maybe there's a little bit of fight here with a 4v5 in favor of Blue Water. No, is it going to be enough? Rovex getting engaged on Cosmic Radiance. Oh my god, the worth that Diamond just got with the Cosmic Radiance. Everybody from Supernova better have some Ray-Bans on after this one, because the question was asked, who's putting the money in the bank this time around? And Supernova's bank just got a whole lot fatter.
They're trying to go for the end of the game here. Can Samikin do anything to even prolong it? There's a lot of low health bars.
There is, but he's going to be getting one of them onto the fight, though. Goes Lens and Diamond. They aren't going to do it now.
That's true.
I mean, they weren't even attacking the Nexus there, Supernova. They find themselves with 9,000 gold up, and they can't end the game, but maybe it just twists that knife a little harder into Blue Water.
The Rally Cry Baron buff still gets them almost everything in their opponent's base. 2 Nexus turrets, 2 inhibitors. The top lane inhibitor turret almost goes down as well, and in only a minute, Supernova have the Chemtech Soul to play for it. They are just winning across the entire map, and this is really what happens when you anger Supernova. When they have the fire in their bellies, they just take complete control of the map.
And it doesn't even like there's a question there. Like, this has been holistically Supernova's win, and you look back into the track record of their dominant victory over Furex Starforge as well, and I think you see these last 2 series as a moment of seven. I don't know who had the conversation behind the scenes or what happened, but it feels like an absolute level up from Supernova.
And now Blue Water, they don't have the option to do much of anything with these inhibitors down, with the Nexus exposed. Supernova, they can go and get the Dragon, or they can just march on in and say, what are you going to do? We're going to hit your Nexus unless you fight us, and that will force an engagement coming out from Blue Water.
One more fight between Supernova and $1,250 in their pockets. There will be the Dragon taken here. No defense from Blue Water, as they have to stay in their base as often as possible. They're trying to get the 3 item spikes here, but I don't know if it's going to be in time.
Doesn't really feel like it. Samikin with those 3 items, one of them being the Rabadon's, the highest quality item in the game. But ultimately, it is just Supernova. They have the Chemtech Soul. They're marching their way in. They're ready to buy even more likes for all of their social media after they win this one.
Put your money where your mouth is, and Supernova can talk all day long. As they will move on to the last fight here. There's a little bit of pickup on the side, although it will be a double kill for Lens. Maybe looking for more. It is going to be a double kill back to Vice, also denying the Penta, but it will be a secured 2-0 sweep over Blue Water, and Supernova will move to 3-2 on the season.
And a real statement win coming out from Supernova yet again, because both of those games fell under their control almost the entire time. Supernova really took any advantages they got and ran with them. And look at that gold graph. There's a small blip of red towards the beginning of the game, but then after that, it was all Supernova all the time. The Tarek pick coming out from Diamond looked great, and I really hope to see more of this pick coming out from Supernova, especially come playoffs.
I mean, this was a draft as well that they just kind of threw the gauntlet on the table and said, come at me, bro, for Blue Water. And I feel like when you're grabbing the Yone, the Renekton, you're having so much strength in the solo lanes, but then you're also playing a very aggressive style 2v2 in the actual lane and bot side. It just enables Kenvi to have so many avenues forward, and that's why I really actually liked the facilitation style of the Sejuani here, but he was also able to push music out of his own jungle early.
And it really does feel as though, despite all of Music's trash talk, Kenvi still is the real deal this time around. creating so much space in the bottom lane, allowing Lens on this Callisto to take control of the game, and Faisal showcasing that he is one of our best flip pushers that we have in the league, understanding when he's allowed to be hitting these structures and getting himself so much gold.
Need to take a screenshot of that demolished damage. The man was literally just tearing down the bases on this Renekton. Incredible stuff from Supernova. Now we will get to speak with Kenvi after a short little break, so don't you dare miss it. Welcome back, everyone, for the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm joined by none other than Supernova's Kenvi after a masterclass performance on this series. And I want to talk a little bit about it because it was a dominant series from you guys, but it was also two shades of yourself. You had the Zyra in game number 1, kept being aggressive, kept being proactive, and then the Sejuani where you were playing much more to the rest of your team. What was kind of the strategy coming into the series against Blue Water today?
There's not much really like strategy against them. I feel like we could have just played everything and just won, to be honest, because I think we just stumped them easily, and I think I'm just playing the meta, so I think the metas are pretty OP right now for jungle.
What do you like so much about the meta itself? Do you like kind of the more aggressive picks, or the fact that you can do a little bit of both?
Oh, it's like the meta is like, it's kind of weird because like the AP junglers are too strong. And I think it's just too strong, the AP junglers right now.
Yeah.
And I think they need to nerf that ASAP because I don't think it's kind of fun playing them if you just full clear every time. So, yeah.
See, maybe some bans go that way towards you now that you've been dominating. I want to talk a little bit about what this season has been like for you guys, because there's been some rough losses, but you've had two now back-to-back dominating series. Has there been something that's kind of grown with the team? I know beforehand you were talking about the level up over time you feel like this team can have, but were there any moments of real change that made this happen?
I think we just support each other, like in review, I would say. It's like, we kind of like, we just drop our ego and just learning from our mistakes, and we just help each other out. And I think our mistakes, like, we do it like more or less now instead of like more before, and that's really good for the game.
Yeah, I know talking to you when you came back down to NACL from the LCS, one of the biggest things that you wanted for yourself was to play more your style, to have a little bit more confidence in how you dominated the league before going over to LCS. And do you feel like you've made progress towards that? I know we're getting like the Iverns and things like that from you, so you're showing a lot of flexibility in your pool, but are you making progress to your goal of showing that you are the absolute jungler deserves to be in the LCS?
Yes. So I'm kind of like, I kind of want to play the meta more instead of like playing the carries, like be stubborn. And I think right now I've been working on myself like to have that confidence, because when I was in LCS, like I'm just like a quiet guy, like not doing anything, and I just let the veterans talk. And I don't think that's how jungler works. Junglers needs to talk and put him on everything. So I have that right now, so it's really good.
Love to hear that, Ken V. It's really a refreshing look. Now, I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs before you go. Do you have anybody you want to talk about?
Shout out to Supernova and like the management, coaches, players, and also shout out to my mom. Just keep coming to my room when we're screaming. So yeah.
I appreciate you so much, Kevin. Thank you so much for doing the interview with me. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you guys very, very soon. I'm going to bid you adieu. I'm going to bring back Joshi. We're going to close out the day as we just watched Supernova take home $1,250, money in the bank.
We're already saying that the beef on Twitter seems to have subsided, at least for a little while, based on what the social media managers are up to. But that doesn't mean that we are done with seeing the interactions between these two organizations. But it is going to be in Supernova's hand. It's way easier to trash talk when you win.
It definitely is. Hey, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see trash talk the next time we see you two face off against each other. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings as we have some movement around there, as well as Supernova moving to 3-2 and solidifying themselves in that top half.
Yeah, we have. It looks like everybody has crossed over except for FlyQuest, who only has played 4 matches, but almost everyone is over the hump of the midway through the season. Supernova disguised and TLC really jockeying for position in the top half of the bracket, whereas Dragonsteel still completely undefeated.
It's getting to that point where they've been talking about it from the start of the season. They want to go undefeated. They want to make good on finishing second place last split, and so far so good in that direction. A couple teams on the other end, though, need to try to pick it up, as this is a single round robin, and the last 2 teams will be locked out of playoffs. A lot of things to contest for, and a decent amount of weeks left, so some growth on the table here for our developmental teams. But I just want to ask you, Joshi, it was a little bit of a short day for you, man. Do you have any thoughts on your money Saturday here?
I mean, it was a lot of fun watching these two, all 6 of these teams go head-to-head for the money matches that we have. We do have more money matches coming up tomorrow. I can't wait to see how those are going to shake out. But, I mean, that just means that you have to show up on that day, because these games mean so much for every single player.
So much pressure added. Not only do you need your standings implications, but you also need the extra money. I love to see it. Really quick note before we all get out of here. If you did like what you saw, if you love these stories, if you love hearing us talk, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Half the proceeds will go directly to our players and teams. It benefits them so much, and you get cool emotes out of it as well. And we get to do fun things like these money matches. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back same time, a little bit earlier. And with just as many matches. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.